2012 Radnor Township Planning Commission meeting. An announcement and adjustment to the agenda. Item number 2, SD 2012 D10 preliminary of home properties to request a waiver from land development to construct a 1.157 square foot fitness center on their site at 200 David Drive, Rosemont, is not on the agenda for tonight. So if anyone's here for that, that's been canceled and pulled off the agenda. So we will start with any comments for the minutes from July 2nd, 2012. This was our last planning commission meeting. Do I have any comments?
I'm looking, I think that was the one. Yes, on the last page. I just wanted to clarify what motion to recommend John Rice 3 hours and 20 minutes meant. That's okay. That because of the hour we were tabling that? Is that what you're saying?
Gotcha.
Thank you, Sue.
Any other comments on the 7-2 minutes? If not,
So,
go
no,
ahead.
just as long as we make note that there was a motion to table because of the hour, then I would move we approve the minutes.
I have a motion to approve. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Now the minutes from the August 2nd, 2012, which was our first special meeting, we'll call it. I was not here, so I will just ask if there was any comments on the minutes.
Let me look at that real quick.
If hearing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion to approve. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. So then our first item on the agenda then to start tonight is SD 2012 D06, a sketch plan of Cabrini College to construct 2 parking structures on campus at 610 King of Prussia Road, St. David's. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. Joanne C. Meister on behalf of Cabrini College. We're here to make an informational presentation of an alternative plan for the development of the campus and not to ask for approval or a vote this evening. The alternative plan is the result of Cabrini's continued discussions and meetings with the neighbors and its serious consideration of the various suggestions you've made at previous Planning Commission meetings. You may remember that Cabrini's first submittal was a by right plan, and this alternative plan is a by right plan as well. Tonight's presentation will show that the alternative plan addresses the major concerns raised previously. It reduces or eliminates traffic impact because, number one, it eliminates the proposed Eagle Road entrance. It improves the parking distribution throughout the campus, and it improves the management of the residential parking. It reduces the visual impact from Eagle Road. It reduces the amount of site disturbance, and it reduces the height and scale of the new parking structures. I would like to say that Cabrini is prepared to offer this alternative plan in the spirit of being a good neighbor, and we request that you be mindful of the fact that of the impact the delay has had both on its students and its development plan, and the additional costs and expenses it has undertaken to redesign this project. At this time, I'd like to introduce Howard Holden, the Facilities Director, who will provide the project details.
Okay, thank you, Joanne, and thank you to the Planning Commission for taking the time to review this revised sketch. We're only seeking your support at this point. After meeting with you the last several times and then meeting with our neighbors, we went back to the drawing boards and said to our planners, to ourselves, okay, we've got to listen. So we did listen, and we've come up with an alternative that we feel that will be of benefit to the college as well as the neighbors. You, in your last session, communicated to us loud and clear that, yeah, this is a wonderful plan, but it's a wonderful plan for Cabrini, not necessarily the neighborhood. So we went back and we revisited it, taking cues from both you and from our neighbors. Okay. Okay, let me find the advance on this. It's not my computer. Okay, this is the submission that, the summary that Joanne just went through. This alternative plan is in response to the comments from you, and it's also in response to the comments from our neighbors. We've met with the neighbors several times. We met with them just recently, about a month ago, and suggested what our proposed plan is now. They made some recommendations. We listened to those recommendations, and in fact, we have changed our plan in effort to satisfy their concerns. The alternative plan improves parking distribution across campus. I'll discuss that briefly. And it eliminates the proposed Eagle Road structure because of our parking distribution. It's improved management of our residential parking, and I'll discuss that shortly as well. We will still be building a structure to the south side of the campus. It will not be connected to Eagle Road, but it will help us manage our residential parking better. We have a residential parking issue. One of the reasons we put the original parking structure to the south of the campus was to help manage our residential parking. If you can't manage it, they end up parking all over the campus, and that creates problems in enforcement. It creates problems when it snows, et cetera. This reduces the visual impact from eagles significantly and reduces the amount of site disturbance significantly, and it also reduces the height and the scale of the buildings. Just a brief refresher. The existing campus, the north side, you see Upper Gulf Road. North is to the top of the screen. South is Eagle Road. Upper is Upper Gulf Road. To the east is King of Prussia Road. You can see between King of Prussia Road and our campus a red dotted line, and in between our dotted line and King of Prussia is a significant residential development area. These are the neighbors that we have met with several times, and we've had personal discussions. I've gone over on the site and actually explained what we're doing to them, and at this point they all seem to be in accord with what we're proposing. To the west of the main entrance driveway, the first major structure you come across is our Dixon Athletic Field and its large parking area. To the west of that is our synthetic turf field. To the right of that is our grass field. In the very center of the campus is the original carriage house or Grace Hall. To the right or to the east of that is another large surface parking area with Widener Center and the Founders Hall there. Both Widener is primarily our student development area, and Founders is our primary academic building. Straight across the main drive from that area is our science building. Then there's the chapel. On axis with Grace Hall is the historic mansion. Then we have the library, and then everything else in the southern quadrant there is our residence halls. So that is a summary of the campus as it exists. Good. Our previous submission the gateway structure was planned to be to the south of campus. And again, to get it closer to the residence hall side of the campus to provide better parking for our resident students. Again, we came before you and before the neighbors and received a lot of opposition on that plan. So we went back to the drawing boards, and we've come back with an alternative. The alternative does split the parking. There's a 300 parking space structure to the south, and now a 373 parking space structure to the north. The south parking structure is a much lower, simple two-tiered structure with much less visual impact, and I'll show you the renderings. And the north parking structure is a four-story, 373 space parking structure. This is a rendering of our previous submission as to what the parking structure would have looked like from Eagle Road with the 711 space parking. And this is the alternative plan with a simple two-tiered structure set back further and with less visual impact from Eagle Road. When this is completed and planted out, I seriously doubt that anyone's really going to even know it exists as they drive past the Eagle Road area. Comparison on the structures. The original structure on the bottom here was 8.5%, 8.5 acres disturbance to the site. The shade tree impacts were 300 plus or minus, and the setback was 120 feet. The new Eagle Road garage is 4 acres. Shade tree impact about 100 plus or minus, and setback an additional 30 feet to 150. Looking at an elevation, the upper sketch is the new proposed two-tier parking structure, which abuts our existing driveway in the residential areas. There's no need to bring this structure south of the parking structure as proposed in the initial submission. You can see that the smaller structure is lower and pulls itself back significantly from the woodland. Now, as what I referred to before, I was going to walk you through a brief comparison on the parking percentages on campus. I'm sorry, I've had a frog in my throat all day today and I can't get rid of it. To the north, currently we have 608 spaces, or 63% of the total parking on campus. To the south, we currently have 344 spaces, or 37% of the total parking on campus. In our first alternative, in the south area, we had 77% of the total parking at 826 spaces. The north parking area was reduced to 240 spaces, or 23% of the total parking. The alternative plan that we're providing you with tonight, the north parking area has been increased to 628 spaces, or 58% of the total parking. The south parking area has been increased to reduced rather to 448 spaces, or 42% of the total parking. So if we put all that on one sheet for you all, so you can see how we're coming back to the same or very similar balance of parking that we currently have. This explains why we can take the access and exit from Eagle Road off the plan. This alternative plan allows us to use existing circulation on campus. The top rendering there is a sketch of what the future parking structure on the north might look like. And then the bottom rendering is of that structure as you look at it from the synthetic turf field to the west of the Dixon Center. To the right of those two renderings, you can see how the northern parking structure will sit in what we call the lower Dixon lot. It's primarily a paved surface already, and we'll simply build up off of that. To the right of that garage, you'll see a footprint of the suggested student center, which is really what's driving this whole project. We have been in dire need of a real student center for many, many years. And the only way we can do that is to get our parking vertical, free up our surface parking, because we don't have that much developable land. So that's really been one of the major driving forces in this whole plan, as well as providing a more pedestrian campus and getting the cars out of the center. The alternative to plan, in summary, you see the 373 parking structure outlined in red. There'll be some additional parking constructed in and around the Dixon Center. The 136 spaces to the north of Founders Hall will be a smaller surface parking structure, but in compliance with the way parking lot, but it'll be in compliance with the way parking lots are supposed to be constructed. And then, of course, the 300 spaces to the south. And I'd like to bring to your attention that all of these parking structures, all of this planning that we're doing, I have stressed over and over to Cabrini administration and to our consultants that stormwater management has to be a priority through all these projects. I've been at Cabrini for 11 years, and I have been stressing that stormwater management is a major issue in Radnor. When we built the addition to the existing Founders parking lot, I was adamant that we, in the new islands that were created, that they be rain gardens and there be a substantial stormwater collection system built underneath that lot. And I plan to use those same technologies through all the construction of these improvements. Okay, so just a brief summary. Okay, previous submission, parking spaces 711, area disturbance 8.5, shade tree 300, setback 120. The alternative plan, we now have 300 spaces, area of disturbance 4 acres, 100 trees, setback 140. The parking structure to the north, parking space is 73, acres of disturbance 4. Shade tree impact, we're not sure right now, but it's not significant. There's not that many trees, 75 feet setback, and a partridge in a pear tree. So that's the submission, or the not the formal, but the plan that we have at present. And again, what we're here to do is to seek your support, just as we sought the support of the neighbors. Let us know if you're in sync with us in this revision, and if you have any further suggestions, we're here to take them. Are there any questions?
First question, where are you with the residents? Have they seen this plan, or is tonight the first time they're seeing it?
I'm sorry, were the residents?
With your neighbors, I'm sorry, with your
No,
neighbors.
the neighbors have seen this exact same presentation about a month ago.
Thank you.
I think it looks like much better than the previous plan from the township point of view. I'd be interested, just before we get into generally what people think, you talked about obviously your commitment to the stormwater issues and keeping the stormwater down. Have you considered green roofs on these buildings?
On the campus center, we are considering a green roof.
How about on the parking structures?
The parking structures, no, because the top layer will actually be a parking deck.
Right.
And then
So
we
you haven't
have
considered
to,
roofing them and putting on a green roof?
yeah, we'll go beyond, the 38 feet if we put another roof on top of that for a green roof system.
Is the setback from Eagle, is it 140 or 150?
It's 150. I'm sorry, the one slide is,
It's 150?
yeah.
The proposed, first of all, I want to thank you. You guys really took our comments to heart. I mean, I think we were pretty loud and clear, but,
You
and
were.
we appreciate that you had your ears on, so that's great. The setback that is mentioned here in the north parking structure, is that the setback, I assume, from Valley Forge Military, or?
Yes,
So
that's the
the-
75-foot, in between institutions right now is a 75-foot setback. So that's compliant with that existing.
Okay, that's what I was going to check, because I'm always recalling a 120 or a 200-foot setback, but between institutions, the setback's smaller.
Yes.
Okay. I look forward to seeing this in preliminary plan. That's really my only comment.
Okay. Thank you.
I think the plan is wonderful, basically. I had a stray question. The neighbors, did they have an opportunity to consider on the 300 parking space structure? To me, this is the lowest profile you could do, but from a footprint standpoint, it begins to be an issue for you with impervious. Did the discussion of maybe making a small version of the old 700 space parking come up at all in your discussions?
No, it did not. And a smaller version of that, I'm not so sure would have resolved the neighbor issues from a traffic point of view on Eagle Road.
I think
There-
if everyone's happy, this is the best solution. But I
Okay.
just wondered if it had come up.
No, that did not come up. I think they were relieved that we would not need to bring entrance and exit off of Eagle Road. And that the northern parking structure was far enough away from their properties that, that to them that was the better solution. And we're sensitive to that neighbor. A lot of those neighbors have been there for a long time. Many of them are retired. Many of them, this is probably one of the most important assets they have in their retirement. And they're very worried about property values. And we understand that. And
And I had one, and I appreciate you being so sensitive to your neighbors' wishes. I think that's also to be commended. A minor question, though. In your A1 submission, I think you were going to take away the old Small Eagle Road access.
right.
But in this plan, from what I can tell looking at it, and I understand it's sketch, but you intend to leave that at this point?
Yes, at this time, yes.
Okay. Okay.
I too think this is a great plan. I thank you for listening and taking our comments to heart and actually putting them into sketch form. And I think it will work much better. And I think that you're putting the upper parking lot on an existing parking lot, so that would help your impervious also, I would think. And allowing a larger tree buffer down below really will hide pretty much everything you have there.
Okay. Anything
Any
else?
other comments?
I'd like to make a comment of something I'd like to see in when you do get to the more detailed plan. The wooded area between the southern proposed structure, it's a beautiful wooded area, and I'm glad to see that the building will have less impact on it. But I would like to see some kind of creative evergreen buffering to be added to that, because it's mostly deciduous.
Yeah,
And I think it will help because of the long line now.
Yep.
The building's longer.
Yep.
Even if it's not continuous, if it's, looks more naturalistic, but it's scattered, I think that would be good to see in the next version.
yeah. No, the planners and I have already started discussing that buffer. It'll be much easier to plant, number one. Number two, it'll be much more effective more quickly. And we do intend to have a good mix of evergreens through that area.
I think it's great.
Okay.
Any other comments? I'm going to ask for public comment if there is any public comment. Sir, come forward.
My name's Chip White. I'm my father bought the house at the corner of King of Prussia and Pine Tree Road in 1950, and I was raised there and have watched things change. And I used to watch Mrs. Dorrance chauffeur-driven limo drive up and down the driveway every couple of days. And that's what those driveways were built for. They were not built for an increase in traffic. And what they're doing here is increasing the number of cars that go in and out. And I have watched over the years the number of pieces of debris I have to pick up on the lawn because of the accidents that occur when people going north on King of Prussia Road wind up being stopped for left-hand turns into Cabrini College. So I think that if you're going to increase the parking, you ought to look at the exit and entrance to the property, because the use of the property is changed since it was constructed. That is my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Sir?
Didn't we see a plan for that, for the road widening there? When was that?
With Eastern.
That was with
The
Eastern.
student.
Okay.
I'm Jim Rogers at 8 Paul Road. I was one of the more vociferous opponents of this project the first time around. And thanks to all of you, and thanks to Cabrini's cooperation, I'm now one of its best proponents. I think you've done a wonderful job guarding our community. I think Cabrini's done an excellent job of listening to the neighbors and doing the right thing for the community at large. The only one issue I see, and I think it's already been addressed and will probably be addressed more so as the details of this become more apparent, is the access road up on the side, on the eastern part. When we met with Cabrini officials a month ago, and I was one of the ones who was there, that access road was a little close to my Woodcrest Circle neighbors and Woodcrest Road neighbors, but I believe that has been moved west, further away from those neighbors, which is a good development. And I just want to encourage you that when that level of granularity appears, that is what Mr. Holden and the others had said would be something that they would do. And I want to just say that we think that that's the right thing to do.
Could you clarify the access road?
Okay. Down the road, after we build the student center, we expect to add a small addition to the Dixon Center. You can see that little number 16 up there. We're running out of locker space because our athletic programs are, successful at and we need more lockers. Anyway, after all that's completed, to the east of Founders Hall, where you see the 136 parking number, the building right to the south of that number is Founders Hall. Immediately to the left of that is a dining hall that we're proposing to build after we accomplish the parking and the student center. And one of the reasons for that is because our prospective students come in and they say the dining hall at our high school is better than this. And in some cases, they're right. Again, these are all student-oriented improvements that we're striving for. That's what's driving this whole thing. Mr. Rogers, when he was at our meeting, pointed out that the driveway that you see right to the right or to the east of that 136 went out further into the woodlands and then cut back in. His suggestion was, can you hook that back in and connect it to your existing parking lot? And we said yes, and that's what we did, so that the encroachment, quote unquote, on the neighbor's property is in the area furthest away from them, and as it gets closer to them, we've hooked it back into the existing parking.
Thank you.
Just to finish, I just want to thank you again for everything you've done for our community, and also thanks to Cabrini for being the good neighbor that we knew they always would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? This is a sketch plan, does not require a vote. When the applicant's ready, we'll come back here to the Planning Commission. So we will see them again next, whenever they are ready. So thank you very much, and we will move on. Thank you. Item number 4, which is actually item number 3 on our list, SD 2012-D05, a preliminary plan of Luthra 4 LLC to construct an enclosure and existing stairwell for an ADA compliant elevator and expand a second floor area of the existing first floor. Stormwater management facilities to be constructed at 115 Stratford Avenue. Again, this is discussion, a sketch plan only. Is the applicant present? Thank you. Just give it a second. Nick, while the group leaves.
It's just a sketch. This should be on for preliminary plan.
We're showing just this discussion.
Nick,
that's
this plan was just for the parking lot. It's not for, you didn't submit a revised land development plan. You just submitted a parking plan. That was what the revised plan was.
So we're just here for the parking. Okay. All right.
Okay?
Yeah. David, maybe I can, unless you want to start, and I'll just,
Yeah,
like,
go
for
ahead.
example, number 1, I think we're off by like 2 feet or something. We'll just move that back so we'll comply. So obviously we don't want to have to go for a variance. And I believe it's just a corner of the lot, the corner of the paving exceeds, and I think that we will comply with that.
Agreed, yes.
Okay. Okay. Sure, go ahead. Do you want to, why don't you, you've seen this before with the parking layout, and we'll just, Victor will go through the actual layout. I know, the previous layout.
Okay. So we too have listened to you. We had our ears on, as Howard said. So it was a great segue for us. So I'm sorry, Victor DiPaolo, the planner and landscape architect for Mr. Luthra and Village Stratford. So what we have in front of you now is a reorientation, a realignment of the parking lot that was previously submitted. By history, that parking lot was a parking lot that Mr. Luthra inherited with the purchase of the property. When we went and were asked to do the land development, the township review letter said that the aisle widths were not appropriate, and there were some shortfalls in the layout of the parking lot. So we met with the township prior to the development of this new layout of the parking lot, and we think we've come up with a parking lot that meets all of the requirements that include adding parking spaces, which we were requested to do, reducing impervious coverage further than what it was done, reduced before, and create a parking alignment that now we feel meets all of the requirements of the code. And you may ask, how were we able to do that? And we were able to do that by relocating the planter that sat right in the middle of the parking lot that was here, moving it to this location, and it freed up the realignment as well as the removal of asphalt on the interior of the parking area to create islands and a new driveway and a new parking alignment.
And just, again, on the zoning ordinance review, number 1, we discussed that. And Victor, why don't you just point out that little area that we're talking about that we have to
comply.
plan that you have in front of you shows a little encroachment right about in that area. So we have shifted the, sorry, the plan you have shows a little encroachment. There was a 2-foot encroachment in that location. The 2-foot encroachment was in that location, so we moved the parking orientation and layout back there.
On subsection 3, number 1, our code, for some reason, says you can't have one-way traffic when you have 90-degree parking, but you can have two-way traffic. Obviously, we'll have the two-way traffic, but it's kind of an inconsistency that you would think that you would want one-way traffic and not two-way traffic. So if the board would want us to give us a waiver on that, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll just comply and make it two-way traffic. The aisle width is wide enough and everything. It's just, for some reason, if you look at our code, there's an asterisk there that says not permitted one way. And I'm not certain why, but that's, it does say that.
But this plan shows two-way traffic except for the kind of drop-off area, which is one way.
But the parking
But no
area
parking
itself,
is going off of that.
So again, I'm not really certain why the code says that, but again, we'll comply if that's what the board wishes. Number 2 there, the 10-foot wide planting strips, and would you discuss that, Victor? I'm not, I think we're...
Yeah, every 10 parking spaces were required planting strips. So we've done that. We've added that into, and this is all a green area right here.
Well, Victor, just to clarify my comment was our interpretation of the ordinance is that a 10-foot wide grass strip is required between parking aisles as well. So in other words, longitudinally between head-on parking, you would have to have a 10-foot strip as well. So as you're looking at that plan, for instance, between the strip of parking spaces labeled 61 through 70 and the stalls labeled 45 through 50, there should be, exactly, thanks, Nick, there should be a 10-foot wide buffer between the two. So if that's not being provided, they would need a waiver from this section.
Then we will need a waiver.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you mean, David, like in this area?
He's saying right here.
Yeah.
Exactly, as Victor just has shown, correct.
Okay. I'm just not aware of any parking lots in the township that have that, but, we'll have to ask for a waiver if that's the interpretation of it. But
Yes.
again, I'm not aware of any, there's always parking in the township that basically goes up to each other. Number 3, I know we do have 25 feet. Victor shows on the plan 27, or actually as wide as 45 feet at the entrance.
So we revised your plan to make the entrance 25 feet, and we did that by relocating the planter, which was going to be an entrance feature.
So on that, are we now in compliance with that, Victor, with that comment?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Agreed, yes, that's fine.
Can I just clarify, the plan you have on the map is slightly different from the one that we
Yes,
received?
it addresses the
Thank you.
comments that were given to us a couple days ago.
And then number 4, Victor, if you want to, and David, you may have to comment on this one too.
The requirement is for radii that in the parking area that are 5 feet radii. And that occurs here. Originally, we had these landscape islands that you have at 9.5 feet, so we couldn't get 5-foot radius. So we've changed those to 10. So radii, 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 radii. These kind of triangles or small areas, we intend to stripe those so that they're not required. This radius, so we feel like we've met that requirement as well.
Yeah, I guess it's going to tie into my first general comment, which speaks to protecting those spaces that you're talking about goring out. So if we have protection there so that vehicles traveling through the aisleways aren't going to clip the parked vehicles, then I don't have a problem. But based on the plan I have, those areas would need to be extended slightly to protect the parked vehicles.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Dave. You want red?
This area in here, I mean, again, maybe you've lengthened it, but no, I don't think you did. This area is not protecting a vehicle. So in other words, if you have a vehicle making a right turn around this corner, we want to make sure that the vehicle parked in space number 70 has adequate protection. And right now, I don't have a scale on me, but this,
20, you think?
correct. This should be extended to 20 feet, and that was our concern.
Okay.
And similarly, for units 6 and 7, this needs to be brought out so that these vehicles are protected. When someone's backing out of 6, the vehicle in 7 is protected.
So what you're saying is this?
Correct, yes.
You want to stay here?
Okay.
But what is that? I'm sorry. I was going to ask what it does to the driving space.
I'm sorry, Doug? I'm not...
The width of the driving area there, between those 2 points, is that wide enough? Get 2 vehicles past?
The aisle widths are wide enough. The issue is the parked vehicles are going to be, so to speak, sticking out from the protected area, so potentially they could get clipped by a vehicle maneuvering around the aisle.
Victor, are you okay with that?
I think so.
And you propose to do that by striping? Just blacktop?
Yeah, we intend to stripe this and this.
I don't know if it's permitted under our code,
Well,
but...
I think they'll get to that under the next comment.
Okay. I said, I don't know if it's permitted under our code, but what about I've heard it referred to in another jurisdiction as a submerged curb or a very low curb as opposed to just paint? Something that in an emergency a vehicle can override?
A mountable curb?
A mountable curb.
That's what I was wondering what that meant. Yeah, I think, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I guess my next comment number 5, was that we do require curbing in a parking area. So they'd either have to request a waiver or provide the curb. And as you say, I think maybe a mountable curb here would be a good idea for that reason, especially since we only have one-way traffic in front of the building. If emergency vehicles needed to access, it would be good for them to be able to traverse the curb and not have to go over an 8-inch curb, they can go over a 4-inch curb instead.
So David, you're talking here, curbing in that area that
Well,
we're talking about?
Well, we're talking, the ordinance says all parking areas have to be curbed. So if you're not going to curb the entire
Perimeter.
perimeter of the parking area, you would need a waiver.
Well, we are going to request a waiver, and here's why. Because by including curbing throughout the interior of this, it eliminates our stormwater management system, which is sheet flowing right to our basins. We then would probably have to tie in inlets, et cetera, and it would be much less effective by dropping inlets in there instead of sheet draining everything the way that we have always proposed it to be.
So let me understand, too, the curbing, because we were talking about the protection for the vehicles. David, were you talking about curbing those areas as well, or Victor,
All I was saying is our ordinance requires curbing on all parking areas, I think over 30 spaces or something. So you would be required to have perimeter curbing around the entire parking facility, all the way around and also on the interior as well.
It didn't say the interior, I don't think, but it may.
So how about, could we agree to do the interior?
We don't want to do it.
No, we don't want to do this.
We don't need it.
How about for car protection? That's what
Well, this area and that area we can
Victor,
do.
I'm asking, what I'm asking is how do we protect the cars?
Now, on the protection issue, I wasn't necessarily saying yes or no to curb as far as protection. For protection, I'm just saying you need to have some sort of barrier out here, whether it's a landscaping barrier or a curb barrier, just something to protect the vehicles parked at stall number 70 as well as 6 and 7.
I understand.
That we can do, yes.
And as Victor has mentioned earlier in the presentation, remember, we inherited this parking lot. Basically, it's been here since 1965. And we are doing a good deal of improvements to the site, including the stormwater management system that's being installed that currently is not there. And remember, the additions is for handicap accessibility and then a second floor addition that's not increasing the footprint of the building.
So there's 70 spots today?
Yes.
What was
And
that?
on the parking, we did, if you may recall, last time, David had mentioned using ITE calculation as to employees, and that we have done that.
That's correct.
Also.
That terminology used a minute ago, the way that you're intending for the water to drain off.
Yes.
What was that called again?
Sheet flow.
Thank you.
I have a question on the sheet flow that you're referring to. Is the basin, the little narrow part here, in front of or behind the spots 34, 35, and 36, or is it the basin in the back?
There are two basins, and they are connected. The stormwater management, the stormwater flows into the first basin, and then as that would fill up during larger storm sequences, it would be piped to the larger basin, and that would go into the storm system that is currently there. Currently, there is no stormwater management at all at this site, so the entire parking lot is flowing overland into an existing inlet that's off-site.
And is that inlet of sufficient size to handle the water from the additional parking spaces?
It should be, because there will be less
Yeah, we're not increasing
stormwater
parking
flow.
spaces.
We are reducing the amount of impervious coverage in the parking
You are
area.
reducing the amount.
We are reducing it. That's correct. Currently, the entire parking lot is paved. There are no interior islands. There's no green inside other than the planter, which hardly is impervious. And so what we've done is significantly reduced the amount of asphalt by incorporating the green areas inside, which currently are not there and were not part of the previous plan as well.
But I'm sorry, I wasn't at the previous meeting where this was discussed. Wasn't it discussed, or you questioned the amount of parking that was there based on your calculations?
That's
of
correct.
expanding the second floor?
The parking, the parking calculation estimate that the owner submitted, the township review thought was low. They gave us a number. We increased to meet that number. So we now have more parking spaces than we had previously, but we still have less green area than we had previously.
That's the opposite of what you just said. You said you had the same amount of parking.
Did I mix myself up? We have more parking
Right.
and more green space.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I questioned when I questioned the amount of sheet flow. You said the parking was the same. So you do have more parking spots.
We have more parking space with less asphalt.
Victor, do you know how many have increased by the number of parking spaces?
We went from 66 to 70, that's correct, an increase of 4 parking spaces.
Because I remember at Delaware County Planning Commission, we questioned your calculation based on the number of employees that would handle
That's correct.
Second floor banquet facilities.
That's
And
correct.
I didn't think that was high enough.
And that's where the township also came in, and we increased the number of employees as required.
Okay. So you're up to everybody's satisfaction now on parking based on a logical amount of employees.
We are up to the recommendation that the township suggested.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
I think that I understand you're dealing with an existing parking lot and you're making improvements, and it will be an improvement, what you have here over what is existing, but it's still very awkward, especially the ends of the center section, numbered 70 to 51, 51 to 70. You talked about, well, we'll just stripe those instead of have them as planters because it's a small area, but the problem is it shouldn't be a small area. It should be a nice planted area separating the parking from the driving. And you'd end up, you're going to be putting a lot of work in here. You'll end up with a much better product if you actually have planting aisles on both ends of that those two long strips of parking spaces. And it'll look better, and it'll work better, it'll be safer. So, I don't know, I mean, since you're going to all this trouble anyway, and you're redoing this entire parking lot, I think you've got to find a way
Well,
to get enough space in there.
if I could make a suggestion, and this is something I brought up at the meeting that we had with the township, that if we were permitted, for example, to eliminate, let's say, this and make that a parking space and kind of center something, then we would be able perhaps to come up with a better way of shifting these to do what you're saying. But that would require some waiver of some sort. So I was reluctant to add any more waivers to what we were looking at.
No, I see your point, and I would, defer to Dave on, when it meets the township code, but just in terms of your practical use of the parking lot and visually how it's going to look.
I agree.
I think you need to work on getting,
The end aisles
get those anchored.
anchored.
Yeah,
I'm just so the board knows, this, if you can, this was the parking lot that pre-existed,
Is.
or is the parking lot as pre-existed, which had 72 parking spaces.
So we lost two. Microphone.
This is the existing parking lot here that has 72 parking spaces, just for way of comparison between this and what is being proposed.
Wait, so it has 72, but you're going down to 70, but you're increasing parking?
No.
No, we're increasing parking from the plan that was submitted previously.
But it's a decrease from what's existing there?
That's correct.
And is the existing, gentlemen, is the 72 spots on the existing plan, is that there's no conformity or nonconformity issues because it's all going to come down to the use that's proposed in this plan? Is that my understanding? They're saying that there were 72 parking spaces in the lot prior to any of this land development plan, and they're now going to be 70, which is fewer
Right.
fewer spots.
I mean, that's just going to limit the number of seats they can provide in the restaurant. So their proposed seat count in the proposed restaurant is going to be limited by the number of spaces they're providing. So it's going to be 70 spaces minus, we're requiring 18 spaces for employees, so they only have 52 spaces for the use of diners. So it really doesn't have anything to do with the previous use. It has to do with the current use, current proposed use.
Okay, thanks.
And how many?
It's actually 9
seats would that
spaces, though.
equal?
Remember, it's 1.
I'm sorry. So it's 70 minus 9 because there's 2 employees
So
per
it's
space.
61, 3 times 61 is 183.
So how many seats are they limited to in the restaurant?
183.
183?
183.
How many are you having seated on the first floor?
It varies between, I don't know if there's been a definite layout yet of where the seats are, but they're not permitted more than 183 seats throughout the entire restaurant.
That's pretty tough to maintain the policing of, should we say, especially in a banquet facility.
If they're going to have 183 people in the banquet facility, they're not going to be able to be serving any people on the first floor or other areas of the restaurant. So he's going to have to make a decision if he's going to have a banquet that he's not going to be able to open up the rest of the area itself. He's limited to have 183 seats according to code. And remember, too, and I don't know if you were here last time, this restaurant at one point had over 200 seats. 225 seats is what they had a permit for from the township for. So we are definitely reducing the number of seats that are allowed anyway, that were permitted at one time.
I understand what you're saying and understand what the code says. However, in the real world, what happens is a year from now, 2 years from now, more tables appear, more seats appear, and a lot of people appear. So I'm a little concerned with reducing the amount of parking in there, even though you seem to be satisfied with it. It to me, just doesn't seem logical that it's going to stay that way.
Well, ultimately,
I don't
it
know
will
what you can do
become
about it.
a code enforcement issue, and we will have our means and methods of determining compliance with spot inspections and verifying employee counts and then counting tables. And we do that regularly for restaurants throughout the township, and
Right.
we
Thank
would
you.
be doing that here.
And Kathy, just so you know, and it should not come into play, because obviously you've got to provide parking all on site. Over here to the, I guess it would be the north of the property, the Stratford Office Building, large surface parking area, and right across the street also the Stratford Office Building complex, which is large parking areas. But again, that should not come into play in this instance, but the fact is, there are other large
You have
parking
mooch
areas.
parking, in other words.
Pardon?
I call it mooch parking.
I have a question.
But although you're not, I'm saying we're supposed to be parking on site, and I'm not recommending that that will occur. I'm just saying that it does exist there.
I have a question about 41 and 40. What are those two shaded areas on this plan that we're looking at tonight?
Handicapped?
Yes. The shaded areas on either side.
That's for the handicapped.
They're the aisles.
The aisles,
Okay.
because you can open the
Okay.
doors. And
I have a couple of parking questions. So we're not going to go over, because I did have a couple of zoning questions, but we'll wait till it comes back for preliminary. We're only going to talk about parking tonight, if that's my understanding. Did we ever get Delaware County Planning Commission comments? Because I don't have them. And then,
I'm sure we did.
what's the purpose of the planter at this? Oh, yeah, here's my question. It just came up tonight. Kevin and Dave and John, this sheet flow parking stormwater management system that they're talking about using tonight, is that something that we have a lot of in the township? Is it effective? Is it not effective? Do we need to confirm that does the driveway get regraded to make sure that it's going to sheet flow into the stormwater management system and not sheet flow onto Lancaster or onto Stratford?
That's the way the parking lot drainage works today. Everything flows from Stratford towards the wooded area, so west-east. And so currently, the parking lot just flows unabated into the wooded area. What they're proposing to do is put two basins in, so it will obviously reduce the runoff that is received by the downstream inlet. So I don't, from a stormwater management standpoint, I don't see a problem with what they're doing. The runoff will be collected. I don't see a reason to put in, a piping system and a series of inlets just to collect the runoff. I mean, if the runoff's getting to the basin as it should, I don't see a problem with letting things continue as they are from a stormwater management standpoint.
So this is a situation where if this were a new parking lot, we would require all the perimeter curbing and people would have to create inlets to a stormwater system. But this is an existing parking lot where the sheet flow system is already working, but rather than just flowing to the woods and the trees, they're going to create basins which will theoretically protect the neighbors.
Right.
Okay.
Right, correct. I mean, or they would have to seek waivers. I mean, now the Conservation District and DEP are pushing for more of a sheet flow type stormwater management. They don't want to see the water collected and piped. They'd rather see it sheet and possibly get into the ground and infiltrate. So it's not unheard of for this to, in a new parking lot, to use this sort of stormwater management, but it would require waivers from our ordinance.
So do we have Delaware County's comments? Or,
The Delaware County comments came with the original submittal of the plan.
okay, thank you.
I think I would prefer to see spots 50 and 51 relocated, even if it required a waiver from these green spaces that you're putting in between spots. I think that makes more sense for the safety, better traffic flow, and for the little bit of added green space that those small areas provide. I think it's better to make something that makes sense on the ends of that.
Yep, I agree. For example, if we were able to do this, we could certainly increase both of those.
And then
And
if
that's
you,
a better
if
design.
you were able to show that the amount of green space overall is equal or more, it'd be easy to grant that.
Oh, it will be. Yes, we would. Yes, we can do that. We can do that.
In the picture of the existing conditions, those bump outs don't exist, correct?
That's correct.
But it's also angled parking.
It's
is it
all
not?
paving, it's total, just paving.
Right, but Yes, I
Put the
understand.
planter in the middle.
Why wouldn't you, since the angle's there, why wouldn't we just make angle parking between 51 and 70? or
We
whatever?
tried that, and it
Didn't work.
doesn't work. We tried 50 different variations of
Okay.
parking arrangements, and this one works the best. Reduces the amount of impervious, gets the parking where we need it, except for some minor things like cleaning up those ends and perhaps eliminating that, so we're able to do that. And again, we still get the benefit of a green area in that area, which is the intention. So I think your comment, we can do that.
That green space that is next to the one-way section, how does that relate elevation-wise? Is that above, below, curb?
Well, this is all relatively flat. We would like to raise this up as a slate mound, just a slate mound with landscaping on it.
So to conclude,
Sorry.
how many waivers are we looking for here in section 3? 3? Or are we down to 2?
So I think,
We'd be looking, I guess, 3-1.
3.
Again, we can make it two-way to remove the waiver.
What do you prefer there? Do you prefer it 2-way or do you prefer it all be 1-way?
two-way.
Okay.
I believe on number 2, that would be a waiver.
That would be a waiver, yes.
Number 3, we comply. Number 4, I believe we can comply.
Dave, I think we comply. That's the 5-foot radius?
Oh, I mean, the plan I have in front of me, you don't comply. I don't know if your revised plan
We
complies.
did. That's what we have up here.
Okay.
And 5 would be a waiver.
5 would be a waiver, yeah.
So you'd still look for
Just
3.
2. Just 2 and 5. And actually, it could be a third if we're going to move 50 and 51 and still add the landscaping, so that could be a waiver as well.
Correct. It's still
the
number 2.
same as number 2,
Same as number 2.
so it's not an additional.
Right.
Yep. Oh, if I might just take one more comment that was brought up. It's under general comments about how the trash will be picked up. So the intention is, may as well bring that out now, that the dumpster is located here against a blank wall, and the idea is that the truck could either come in this way or that way, and they will roll out the dumpster, which is commonly done so that the trucks aren't banging into the gates, the beautiful gates that are being made there. So they will roll out the dumpster to be picked up.
Don't you need a sidewalk between the handicap parking spaces and the entrance?
I don't believe so, but I will look at that in the
Can
code.
we check that? Because I
Sure.
thought that was a requirement.
Sure.
And what are you picturing between parking spaces 60 and 59 and the drop-off road?
60?
The 2 spots, 60 and 59, they bump up against the road running in front of the building, the drop-off road?
This is all landscaped?
Well, it looks like it's about 6 inches there.
Yeah, it's just a landscaped area. It's not a,
It's 6 inches?
No.
whatever it is, a couple feet, I think.
It's 3, it looks like 3 feet at least.
I think it might be a little wider on your plan.
Yeah.
On our plan, it's about 6
On
inches.
this plan, it's 6 inches. And I'm afraid someone's going to drive right straight across.
Then,
I can't
I
see
mean,
that.
the use of bumper blocks in certain locations would eliminate
Because if you're
that.
not having curbing, and there's nothing really there.
Yeah.
In that, because it narrows so much right at that spot.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah,
Show blocks, yeah.
yeah, the bumper blocks. They work. Okay.
She's right about the accessible route for the handicap spaces. You might also look at the access aisle next to number 41. Under the new code, under the new requirements, are supposed to be full width, but you just look at that. It's supposed to be wider than that.
We'll
I mean,
review.
yeah, you just look at it.
Okay.
Where's the main entrance of the building in this plan?
Stratford Avenue. Oh, the building.
On
I'm
the
sorry.
building itself?
Right here.
Okay.
It's kind of a drop-off area.
It's like right now, there's a porch there, if you see on
So same place it is
Same
now?
place it's always
You're not
been.
That's
moving
correct.
it. Any other questions? Any public comment? Sir?
Thank you. Can I use your map for a second just to point out? My name is Lee Williams. I live actually right here on the adjacent in front of the catch basin, and I have lived there for the past 25 years. My concern is, and I want to make sure that everyone is aware of this, as I'm sure you are, the highest point in Wayne is right here at Stratford Avenue. Behind us here we have Eagle Road, and the flow and the terrain drops this way all the way down toward downtown Wayne. At this point now, there is a pipe coming from the office building next door into this catch basin, and there is an underground sewer that goes down Windsor Avenue. However, that is called a storm drain, but that drain is active all the time. We're in a relative drought right now. It's pretty dry outside. This afternoon, I went out by that grate that's out there, and you hear water running down there now. There are springs and things that are trapped under there that are continually running, and they do run, I believe, all the way down to the middle school from that point, although they are under Windsor Avenue and under other portions of the town going down. So I assume, I'm sure the engineers have given a lot of thought to the size of this basin, what's needed, and so forth. But when we have a heavy, heavy storm, and we've had our share of them lately, this is a torrential river running down at this point. It's not just a little, trickle or a little thing to not be concerned with. Windsor Avenue, on the other side of the fence, which my front yard is right here, on the other side of this fence, it's like a stream. I mean, it's, you could whitewater raft out there almost. It goes down, it slows down a little bit, Wawa, where they've worked hard to correct the flooding problem is there, and then it continues on its way. But I just want to make sure that we are really aware of the amount of water that we're talking about that has also been compounded by the lack of trees that are there now, which also did somewhat of a job of taking care of a good part of that water that's there. And again, I assume everyone's aware of that, but I wasn't positive, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone was, and that was my comment.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Good evening. My name is John Sheehan. I live at 409 Windsor Avenue, which is right next door to Lee Williams. Lee Williams lives in this corner, kitty corner from the property, and I live one home north of him. Just a couple of comments that I have is that, first of all, the residents have not seen this plan before. This is a residential neighborhood. That property is zoned R4 except for a strip of it that's parallel to Lancaster Avenue that's about, I think it's less than 10% of the entire property. The property has basically been, as most of you know, pretty much abandoned for the last 10 years or so. The parking lot, my view of it is that it's pervious surface. There is vegetation growing throughout that parking lot. So I don't think from the point of view of considering the stormwater flow that you should look at the fact that there's an existing parking lot there. The parking lot has deteriorated to the point where there's lots of vegetation in that parking lot. So any new coverage of that parking lot is going to reduce the amount of soil that can absorb water. I think that's a big problem. Another issue that I have, and it's probably the biggest issue, concerns parking. And I have an exhibit I'd like to pass out. I'm not sure when Radnor's parking requirements were determined in Section 280 of Radnor Code. But as most of you know, well, from what I can tell, they were established prior to 1970. The exhibit that I just showed you is a page from Wikipedia, and there's a table on the right-hand side, on the right margin, that shows that in 1960, which I think is around the time that the Radnor parking requirement ratios were determined, there were about 410 vehicles per 1,000 people in the United States. In the year 2009, that number had more than doubled to 828 vehicles. Just common sense. For all of us who go to restaurants, do you think that the average vehicle arriving at a restaurant has 3 people in it? It doesn't. It's more like 1.1. It's a lot less than 3. Maybe in 1960, 1970, it was, there was definitely more passengers per vehicle and more people walking to restaurants, at least in Wayne. As it pertains to employees, the Radnor parking requirement is 1 space for every 2 employees for a restaurant. Do you really think that the average employee carpools to a restaurant, two per car? They don't. It's closer to 1 car per employee. And our experience with restaurants like Manella's Diner, White Dog Cafe, is that they complied with the parking requirements for their off-street parking, but then their employers won't let their employees park in the restaurant because there isn't enough space. So by following the Radnor Code, the parking provided is only about half of what the actual requirements are. Therefore, the way I look at this, for every parking space allowed in that restaurant, there will probably be another car mooch parking on the nearby streets. Our neighborhood in that part of Wayne, West Wayne, close to Route 30, has been tremendously damaged by the overdevelopment, mainly larger restaurants, over the last 10 years. Farm Road used to be a nice, quiet little street. When Manella's opened, they told all their employees to park on Farm Road. The owner parked on Farm Road. White Dog Cafe, a major bomb in terms of parking problems to this part of Radnor Township. And a few other businesses too. A Salon des Artistes in the building right across from the Wayne Liquor Store has 43 or 44 employees. None of them park in their parking lot. They all park for other spots in Radnor. So to me, I would, from the point of view of the neighbors, I would want to minimize the spaces in that lot. Another issue, is somebody already mentioned, the elevation of that lot towards Stratford Avenue is quite a bit higher than the Farm Road line. Automobiles in this parking lot that are that are entering and turning, their lights are going to be shining into the second floor of the residences on Farm Road and the 2 or 3 additional ones on Windsor Avenue. And that's a big problem. People who purchased homes, I purchased a home there 41 years ago, lived in the same house. I have a direct view from my second floor bedroom windows of that parking lot. And vehicles at nighttime, those lights are going to be shining into the second floors. It's a big problem. Just one issue, just going back to parking. Radnor's ordinance for parking says that each business will provide an adequate amount of parking for its business. And then it says, however, these are the minimums, and the minimum being 1 space per 3 seats in the restaurant, one for 2 employees. How about applying the adequate test here instead of the minimum? 18 employees at a restaurant of how many seats in this restaurant will there be? How many seats in a restaurant?
183.
183. 18 employees. Doesn't make sense to me. I don't believe it. When Manila's got their new building, their zoning, they were going to have 10 employees. And when they opened, they had like 22 employees. The seats didn't change. White Dog Cafe, they told, I think, this planning commission they were going to have 7 employees and 67 seats. When they opened up, they had 175 seats and 25 employees. So I think it's time to stop playing games in Radnor Township with the residential neighborhoods. Before Wayne was overdeveloped as a town, it probably didn't make a lot of difference because there was all kinds of parking. That's no longer true. There's a shortage of parking. From my point of view, for every restaurant that's allowed 1 parking space for their seats in a restaurant, there will be 1 more car parked on side streets. Those are my points. I think the big thing is the residents, I think, would like to see the plans, would like to be involved. Instead of it being a two-way conversation between the owner and his attorney and the township officials, I think that the residents should be, at a minimum, give us a copy of the plans before the meeting. So thank you very much. I appreciate your service, your spending the time that you do trying to make Radnor a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, why don't we give some feedback to the applicant on the waivers. You want to go one at a time? Probably the easiest thing to do, starting with 3.1, which is one-way traffic is not permitted with the 90-degree parking. The submitted plan indicates one-way traffic. Applicant must address this issue on request as a waiver. So, go ahead.
I'm just curious, where are we going with this tonight? I mean, we're not.
Sketch plan tonight, so all we're doing is making comments, then they have to bring it back as a full plan.
So it was a sketch for parking, but they still have their preliminary plan in the tunnel, I mean, in the line, because we saw it. All right.
A quick question. The first waiver, I thought that was one that they were complying with.
Yeah, we were going to comply with that one. We can make it.
You can do that?
Yeah, we can do 2.
Okay, so we take that out.
Oh, no, the variance we're complying with, then the first waiver we're complying with.
So number 1,
Under
you can't.
3.1.
3.1 you can comply with, I'm
Right.
sorry. Okay. So it takes us to 3.2, which will be the first one. 10-foot wide planting strips must be provided to separate areas within the parking lot. The applicant must address this issue or request a waiver. So they're requesting a waiver. Comments?
I think they would request the waiver because of the safety issue that someone on the commission raised. In other words, taking out the ones between 26 and 27 and the one between 16 and 17 so as to put 51 and 50 up there.
No, but I think this waiver has to do with the fact that there's not a 10-foot strip between the line of parking spaces 6170
Well, that's true, too.
and the line 4550. And I think Nick's comment was they should, that this happens other places in town. I don't think that's a good enough reason. I mean, if it's in the code and we need it 10 feet and we think there's too much, the parking lot's not laid out that well.
We can put bumpers in if it's a safety issue.
I'm not, well, in this, I don't think that's a safety issue right there. I'm looking more at a aesthetic and breaking up the pavement issue. Other places, I think it might be a safety issue.
We're not going to be able to, if you don't grant the waiver, we're not going to be able to accept it, so.
I think in this case where we are looking to maximize the number of spaces within the existing lot, I mean, I agree that there are many locations in town that are designed this way. And if it's not a safety concern, and they're handling the stormwater per code, then I don't have a problem with waiving
With the
that.
backing up. I understand.
Any other comment on that one? Well, I'm not sure we have to give a census, just some comments back to the applicants. I don't think we're going to come to a census. 'Cause we really want to see this whole
Well-
plan redone, I would think.
I'm looking at it, and a couple of thoughts are coming to mind for me. To some extent, it's pre-existing conditions. So things that would, in a building that's been abandoned, so there are proposed improvements to this lot and this property as an overall. And actually, I heard from an adjoining neighbor, and it butts right up to this property, who wrote to me today very much in support of the plan and of Mr. Luthra. And so she wasn't able to be here tonight, but there was somebody who reached out to comment in a very positive fashion to the revitalization of this property. Normally, I would be incredibly hard on parking and all sorts of waivers. But what I'm looking at is, I'm wondering if I've driven by the property enough to know that there's a certain aesthetic to coming in and coming around the sweeping driveway and being at the front of the building. But I'm wondering if part of the awkwardness of this parking lot is the location of the entrance. And there's a part of me that wonders if, and it may not be the case that it would change it dramatically, I don't know, but there's a part of me that wonders if the entrance moved further north on Stratford, if that would allow for some reconfiguration of parking that would improve this. And I don't know the answer to that. So I guess short of that, I would say anything that brings, buffers around those edges, I think those edges will be problematic. I personally would have preferred to give the waiver to 255-29A1, the one-way flow, because I think part of the crunch in this parking lot would be relieved by a flow of traffic that's one way. So while I appreciate that you wanted to remove a waiver, that's not the waiver I would have removed. I think the flow one way actually works better in this current configuration, and adding the buffers and things like that at the ends of 50, 70, 51, and 42. I think that parking spot 6 and 7 is going to be problematic. But I also think that the reality is that there is nearby parking that Mr. Luthra can adhere to the number of seats in his restaurant, and there will be people who will utilize the parking that's abundant right across the street in the, I'll call it the farmer's market lot, but there's some other name for that parking lot, or for the office building that's behind this. And as long as the township does their job, which I'm sure they will, of enforcing the number of seats, I think people will figure out a way to make this parking lot work, or will park across the street and walk over.
And the other design option that may have already been rejected is the proposed parking lot is within the confines of the existing parking lot. And it doesn't have to be. Without creating more impervious surface, just adding more green space to the proposed parking lot and pushing the whole thing a little bit further over. I mean, you've got plenty of room for the basin and lots of trees and lots of planting. You can go further that direction and get a lot more green within the parking lot, and I think it would be safer and much more attractive. And since this is we keep talking about the parking lot should be more attractive. This is a residential neighborhood. It's not as if you're putting a parking lot in the middle of Wayne, which, I mean, not that shouldn't be attractive too, but I think it's more important when you're surrounded by,
Why do you think it's a residential neighborhood?
I so don't think
There's
of
a
it.
residential neighborhood behind it with no
Behind
access
it.
to the site. It's more retail to me. You've got office building in the back, you have retail to the side. If they had access, if Windsor Avenue was ever open, it would be a whole different story.
No, I see your point, yes.
Yeah.
But I still think that making a parking lot, breaking up the parking and breaking up the asphalt, and that's why we have the requirements for those planting beds. I think that's important. And to say, well, we're just going to stripe some of them because they're not big enough. I don't like it. I'd like to see more green within the parking lot.
I have a Question for Nick also. 31 through 38, is that on the edge of those parking spaces on the setback line?
No. No, the setback is, see, down here. Skip.
Okay. Well, what's that dotted line around the edge then? That you, is that the existing blacktop?
Oh, this one,
Yeah.
oh.
Existing
It's existing
blacktop
blacktop.
that you're
Existing
removing the
blacktop.
edges, right?
That we're removing. That's being made into green. The dotted areas here. Skip.
So to Julia's point, is there a
There's really no
a
reason
reason
not to
why
move
you
it
couldn't move the lot over?
Are you talking to the north, Julie, or are we talking?
No, into that smaller retention
Yeah,
basin towards
I
the
know,
plant.
we've tried to keep this.
That's the residential buffer,
That's the
just so everybody,
residential
that's the
area. We
residential
definitely-
street.
We've always attempted to not impinge any further on the residential area, and that's why we always kept everything to the left of the site as opposed to moving it
Well, I
back.
think if you, I mean, talking just about a few feet, I think that might work. And I think that after listening to some of the neighbors' comments, the next time this comes back, we'd like to see a really strong buffer, especially because of the comment that was made about the lighting and the elevations.
Well, you know, actually, when we appeared before Shade Tree, that comment came up from actually the commission itself, and they made us put in more trees and a lower growth trees, figuring that if you put a higher tree in, obviously the lights shine underneath, so it was more a lower growth type tree, if I remember correctly, Victor, to prevent those lights from going into the residential area.
Actually, the Shade Tree Commission made us put in larger sizes of the evergreen trees so that there's more of an immediate buffer in this location to supplement the existing pines that are currently there.
Okay, I see. That's not on the plan that we had, but I see those on your plan.
Yes.
The question related to that, if you wanted to move those parking number spaces right next to the water retention thing, those trees aren't there yet, right? These little pine trees, they're not there, are they?
These trees exist.
But the ones next to it are not.
These are added.
You could put them on the other side of the existing trees, and then you could move the water retention system out 10 feet or so, and then extend the parking lot 10 feet.
Well, again, it's always been our
That's okay.
goal to keep the parking as far away from the residences as possible.
Okay. Next question. We talked about the waiver for doing away with the 10-foot buffer between whatever these things, you know where the light is. But you have two-way. If you were to decide to make that one-way, could you put that 10-foot buffer in there and it would still work?
No, because the aisle widths must remain the same.
Even if it's one-way?
We would have
Yes.
to reduce the aisle widths then.
That's correct.
And then another waiver because we'd be reducing the aisle widths.
Okay.
It's something, I think it's something
It's worth a
to look
question.
at, you know, when that code is reviewed.
Well, I think the two are related. I think when you have the two-way entrance option, when you come in and you can make the left and go both ways, and not forcing everybody one way through that drop-off point,
That's
not having
correct.
to make traffic go one way around, it reduces the security issue with the 6 spaces that are affected by that 10-foot separation between lots. You see where I'm going with this?
No, I don't.
Okay, we require a 10-foot separation between lots with numbers right there. When you have only limited traffic coming through this one way, you're really only affected by 6 spaces. If you had everybody forced that way, now those 6 or 9 spaces become much more critical if you're eliminating the barrier between the two lots, from a safety standpoint.
I'm not sure if that's okay.
I feel confident now that we can increase these. The fact that these butt up against, I mean, we go to the mall and there's like, I mean, everyone parks that way. So I feel that the comments about let's make these more substantial is a good safety issue, and I think we can achieve that, and that would be, you know, logically a better plan, no question.
But that would require eliminating the bump outs that you have between 61 and 60, 16 and 17, 26 and 27. Otherwise, you will not have 70 parking spaces.
See, I'm thinking if I remove this, I can pick up half a space there and half a space there.
Right, so then we'll have a stretch of 20 parking spots.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
No, I'm just, it's
I think-
another waiver, it's a different waiver, it's not, it's a different waiver.
I just want to say, I don't like that. I
You don't
think
Yeah, no, right, I
shouldn't
I
have
knew you
20
weren't going
spots
to.
in a row with no
Okay.
space, yeah.
All right, well.
Sorry.
Edit, I
We
knew
have
you
our,
weren't going.
we have our challenge here, I guess.
Commission members, may I offer a suggestion? Staff has not had the opportunity to review the plan that's up on the board. I know I have some, and I believe John and Dave have some questions and concerns with the layout that's shown on there, and I would suggest that the applicant make some of the changes that have been raised tonight and come and meet with us to see what further changes. I think that there is more opportunities on this site to introduce some green areas and not adversely impact the amount of parking to any great extent, and that it's not being fully utilized at this point. So I would offer that as a recommendation, that they make some of the changes and come in and meet with staff to see if we can tweak this a little bit more to achieve some of the ideas that you're expressing tonight.
Good suggestion, Kevin.
And is
Just-
the applicant willing to meet with the neighbors? We often ask people to do that.
Yeah,
Could
we
you
would-
set that
I
up?
would
And
say we strongly encourage that before you would come back.
that's always helpful.
David, one question on the fifth, or number 5. Can you calculate from a stormwater retention point of view, the sheet flow versus curb and inlets? Is that something that's calculatable, or so that if they
I
do
mean-
want to go with that, you can give us the impact of what that is from a stormwater point?
Well, I mean, the volume of water would be the same. It would just be the matter of how it would get there. So it's a matter of whether it sheets off or it's collected in a pipe and then piped to the basin. So, but the volume of water or the size of the detention facility wouldn't change
Okay.
how, based on how it gets there.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I would imagine in theory, since inlet pipes can get clogged with leaves and debris, sheet flow is, you mentioned that that's kind of where the technology is preferring that, I would imagine, because you can end up with inlets that are clogged and then they don't do the job they're supposed to do, whereas sheet flow, it just flows.
Correct. And plus, with sheet flow, you have the opportunity for that runoff to be introduced to lawn a little more often than if it gets collected in a pipe and goes through concrete all the way to a basin.
One suggestion I have for parking when you're looking at it, the placement of the handicap seems to be behind the building. And I think you have a handicap entrance back in that area, don't you? But it doesn't look like, would that lead to the front of the restaurant, or is that only for the banquet facility?
The handicap parking is located here. The handicap entrance and the entrance to the second floor elevator is located here.
All right, and
So we've located them as close to the entrance as possible.
now does that take you to the front of the restaurant downstairs also? Or do they have to come around to the front?
There is a hallway that brings you through
Okay.
into the restaurant.
All right. The one suggestion I had there, if you're trying to squeeze in some more spots and stretch things out a little bit, right now that's at an angle, it's parallel to like 43 and 44. Maybe if you took it more back along your dotted line there, closer to that,
Kind of cock that.
you might pick up some more space out here, and you could tweak some spots and move things around a little bit.
We'll look at that. No, here's the property line.
Yeah, but it backs up onto, the same side,
Okay, I'm going to close the conversation. Thank you very much. We're going to go to item number 5 on our list. Assume everybody's okay. SD 2012 SD03, preliminary plan, C.F. Holloway III and Company to consolidate 2 lots into 1. Existing retail store to remain as commercial building. Outbuildings to be demolished and construct 6 new townhouse units with new parking and access driveways at 229 and 255 West Wayne Avenue, Wayne. We have discussion only on the residential plan, but we're seeing the other as a preliminary, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Applicant is present. Peter, this went to zoning since the last time we've seen it.
Yes.
Can you give us an update on those results? Kind of get us up to speed where we are tonight?
To put it quickly, they won, we lost.
Okay?
Can you quickly recap the implications of that?
What the argument was over was the interpretation of how to calculate impervious surface. They were arguing that they were allowed to use the land area within the road right-of-way include that in the size of the property, i.e. the denominator of that fraction. And we argue, but they didn't have to include the impervious surface in the road right-of-way. We argued that you couldn't do that. The zoning hearing board held that the zoning ordinance was ambiguous as to that point, and under the MPC and a multitude of court decisions, when there is such an ambiguity in the language, it is interpreted against the township and towards the landowner's interest, since it's the township that wrote that language.
So then my quick question about that is all those notes in the Dave's review where it said that the impervious coverage calculations were incorrect, is that updated, and even post zoning hearing board decision they're still incorrect, or were they incorrect prior to the decision and now maybe they're correct?
The two outstanding items that are still listed in my letter are still incorrect, but they don't have to do with the calculation. They were just errors in the calculation, but there's...
If I can state, they're math errors with regard to the existing coverage.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so do we want to talk about the sketch plan first or the overall plan? Do you gentlemen have a preference?
We defer certainly to whatever the commission would rather discuss first.
I think we should look at the residential plan first, since that's the sketch plan. Let's start there.
May I make a request of that
Yeah.
then? That if we're going to do that, which I actually think might be a good use of our time, is that we be sure to let the public comment on that portion before we delve into the preliminary plan?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Then David, we'll turn it over to you.
I'm going to actually quickly turn it over to David Fiorello, but I'll just give a brief introduction to this plan. It's Dave Falcone from Saul Ewing on behalf of CF Holloway. The plan that we are showing now is a plan we submitted with our revised plan for the dual use of this property. And this plan shows a single use being all residential. I think it's important for us to state we understand that before we could move forward with this plan, we would need to seek variances from the zoning board. This is in response to the discussion we had in front of the Planning Commission at the last meeting, trying to flesh out all the possible options for development of this property. We do understand there is need for relief if we were to move forward with this plan, though we do see some definite benefits with this plan, namely the dramatic reduction in impervious coverage and the ability then to provide, to do a development which would not require any waivers with respect to the land development. But to in more detail discuss that, Dave Fiorello, who prepared the plan from Mominy, I think would be more appropriate to discuss that.
We started with our plan with the residential commercial. Pretty much what we have shown in the R5 zoning district is the same layout as for the other plan. What we've done is eliminated the commercial building, added 3 additional units, and these units are the same as D, E, and F, just mirrored. We have a driveway coming in. We're proposing a 25-foot wide aisle in compliance with the regulations for entry drives. Again, parking spaces within garages within the buildings. This triggers the need for one additional visitor space. We've included that in this area here between the 2 buildings. We have this set up where we're using the setbacks from the commercial district. And we we understand that the variances would be required for the R residential use in the commercial district. By doing this, we have substantially reduced the amount of impervious on the site by eliminating all the parking that would be required as part of the commercial. Again, we have the parking spaces associated with the buildings. We have our turnaround area in the back. We have the two visitor spaces associated with these units in the back, and we have the additional unit here. Our proposed impervious under the R5 district is pretty much the same as what had been done on the other plan, but within the C1 zoning district, the zoning district allows 60% impervious. We're at 30.6. So there's a substantial reduction in impervious as a result of that. We don't have the commercial traffic and the demand associated with that. It's strictly residential. Pretty much in a nutshell, that's what we have here in the plan, and again, for discussion.
Have you discussed this at all or had any meetings with the neighbors, this other optional plan?
To my knowledge, no, we have not. This was just brought before you tonight to give you some indication of what it would look like, because I think there was some discussion at the last meeting. We're sort of exploring the possibilities here.
Just out of curiosity, with the audience that's still here, is anyone planning to publicly comment on this plan, the residential plan? Okay, and your neighbors, right? Okay.
I have a question for the applicant. Which way would you rather go, with the mixed use or all residential?
I would say we don't have a preference. We're trying to go with the best development for the property, and I think to get to that resolution, we need guidance from the commission. I think there was a lot of discussion about the last plan not getting where folks were hoping it would get with the use of this property. We're trying to make the best use of the property. We think that an all residential development is a good use. We also think that the first use we proposed is a good use. We would look for feedback from the Planning Commission. We would happily develop either way. We submitted the first plan without a thought of a total residential development, which is why this is a very new concept and we haven't taken it to the neighbors yet. We won't take it further than this meeting if it's not something that the Planning Commission would want to get behind. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but we're kind of right in the middle and we would look for guidance. We'll push either plan. If the Planning Commission says this is the plan we want you to go with, we would immediately submit for zoning relief and see how we did.
I know when I look through this, you're still with this plan versus the other one. You're still requesting the waiver of the additional right of way.
We are not.
You're not. So you're willing to give the right of way to along Conestoga Road.
We are.
Any problem? All right. The driveway issue goes away.
I don't believe there are any waivers with this plan from a land development perspective. The relief we would need would be variance, would be zoning relief. Is that correct, Dave?
No.
To my knowledge, at this point, we haven't gotten into the engineering to find out what all the details are, but at this point in time, I can't envision any waivers required.
It says that you have to go, it's going to be 40 feet tall. The height limit's 35.
That's a
Okay.
zoning
That's a variance
variance.
stuff.
We would need variance relief for that.
All right.
Zoning relief.
My primary concern, looking at the plan, and as a residential development, it seems pretty straightforward, is that it can be dangerous to whittle away at a commercial zone. Commercial zones work better when they're on both sides of the street, four sides of the corner. And I know, I'd actually like to hear from people with more experience who have worked on the Wayne Business District and some of the other areas in town where we're working on maintaining those commercial uses. Because if you whittle away at them, it can damage the commercial neighborhood, especially on a corner. I think that would be my biggest concern.
It's funny, when I first looked at this, I was so happy to see so much more green. However, had the zoning hearing board decision gone the other way, we would have seen a bit more green. Oh, well. However, I find myself, as much as I like less impervious here, after speaking to a few people, and I live in a very residential neighborhood, so I have a difficult time, seeing this initially, but the people made a good point, is exactly what Julia said, is that this neighborhood is intended to be a mix. In fact, we're talking about C1A, working on this exact neighborhood to create even more of a mixed use here. And so, I feel like we undermine that. As much as I like seeing less impervious here, and if you took away a sixth unit on the first plan, then we would have more green, so that would be great too. I'll mention it again. That's the crux of what Julia said. Also, the one thing that I would have said about this is because the setback's so much closer to the street, and it's not at all out of line with the other residential houses along Conestoga and West Wayne, but it's a pretty abrupt change. Remember, I said one of the things I liked about the original plan is that with the commercial building being the buffer on the front, it provided some degree of visual buffer to the taller buildings in the back. And this doesn't do that. It will be a very different looking corner to see 40-foot residential. So as much as I really do appreciate the effort and the thought, I want to continue to try to work through the C1 personally because of those other concerns.
I have to jump in here. We gave them all kinds of flack the last time about how close the commercial building was to the residential units. If you're going to have residential and commercial together, they're going to be close. And you can't have everything that you want. If the neighborhood would like commercial there, that's fine. I personally could go with either one. But I remember many concerns voiced about how close the residential units were to the commercial. And they were moved so many feet away and was well within code and so forth. You can't have it both ways. If you want commercial and residential together, they're going to be together at some point. Some buildings are going to be closer than others. If you don't want it together, make it so they can't be together. But you have to give in on some things. Maybe you would not want to live here, but some people do. Some people want the mixed-use neighborhood. And I think we have to listen to those people also with it. But you can't have lots of green in a commercial area necessarily because it is a commercial area. You need parking. And parking is a major problem. And I know it's not as pretty as a green lawn, and you can tweak things, put planters, but you need to be realistic too on what they can do.
I think I'm on the other side. I like it. I think, and I understand the four corners, but we're really talking about this is the only piece of commercial space, this little tiny corner on either side of these two streets. It's buffered on either side by residential. On this corner.
Yes, you're right. But across the street,
I understood.
Opposite,
on this side,
it's commercial.
to the north and to the, I guess it's to the east, are both residential, west. So this is we're going to get 2,000 or whatever it would be, 2,300 square foot office building. It seems so out of place to me. I like this idea. If we get better impervious, we'll get better ratables because 3 townhouses will be worth way more to this township than 1 2,000 square foot office building. I like it. So I would be in favor of pursuing this plan and stop looking at the other one.
I'd like to hear what the neighbors have to say.
Yep.
And,
I would,
yeah.
I sort of started this.
Remember, the neighbors haven't seen it yet.
Right.
So this would be so that's why it's at the sketch plan. I think what the developer's asking us to do is get a feeling which way we like it to go so they can take it back to the neighbors. Happy to hear them tonight also, but it isn't, we're assuming they have not seen this yet.
I'd like to comment because I feel that I'm partially responsible for this plan appearing. And of course, I do like this plan, and I prefer this to maintaining the commercial. I think we just saw an application of a situation where you take into account the neighbors and the uses that surround them. The Luthra situation. The tiniest little sliver of that is commercial, but yet the whole property is commercial now as an appropriate use. I think here, the tiniest little bit is the C1 or C1A of the future, and there's residential going down Conestoga and residential going down West Wayne. And I'm biased because I drive past this intersection 2 to 4 times a day, and I think that a better plan will be a residential plan in this spot. That's my vote, so to speak, and my own neighbor reaction to that as well.
Skip, can I ask you a question about that? Because as I said, first glance, I really did love it, but what about asking them to adhere to 35 feet on this corner to give it a little bit of, or does the 5 feet not bother you so much? The corner would call for a height limit of 35 feet.
Yeah, I understand that. I look at the other townhouses, the $1 million townhouses with the elevators, and I guess I have gotten used to them. And I'm not suggesting that we should have, 4 corners of high-rises. I would like to see a way to get back to the 35-foot.
I'm somewhat indifferent to both plans. I guess I have a slight preference for the commercial plan, mainly because I just like the kind of the feel of that mix of commercial and residential, and kind of that's the way it's always been, and it kind of has a good feel to me. But this plan is a great plan, but I'm kind of with you, Kathy. I think we got to stop trying to shove a square peg in a round hole. I think the developer really wants 6 units in the back here, and he's either going to get 6 units in the back with commercial in the front, or he's going to get 6 units in the back with 3 units of residential in the front, pending zoning variance. And whichever way he wants to go or decides to go, that's fine. But I think we should just, if it's commercial, then we should just try and do the best we can with the existing circumstances under which we have to work. So.
You talk about the 4 corners. One of these corners is the Italian American Club. Does that qualify as really commercial?
It's not residential.
Well, I understand that, but, it's kind of a, right, well, that's my whole point. It's sort of in a category all by itself. And so, just, I don't see it as being objectionable to have it residential. I do have an objection to the height, 40 feet. I know that doesn't fit nicely with the rest of the plan, but I'm just not impressed with that height.
A question about that height, is that because it's a hipped roof? So it's the top part of the roof is 40 feet?
I understand that. So we did them to match the townhouses in the back, so that's why we carried the 40 feet forward. But I don't know if that's a result of the roof or... So I don't have the answer. It doesn't look like a lot of people are looking around. So I don't know if we have the answer to that. But the reason they are 40 is because we carried it from the back. With their 40 in the back, that's permitted.
And I think what their design is saying, because of the garages on the first floor, in order to get the living space, it's sort of raising the thing up.
Well, then, not to be a pain, but it's possible that you could redesign it a little bit so that you would have the same interior floor area for those things, not exactly the same design, but still have them shorter.
But then you'll have more impervious. If you pull the parking out from underneath the house, you're going to have more impervious because parking has to be somewhere. There's no magic bullet.
Why don't we, unless there's other questions, why don't we go to public comment?
I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I think this plan's simpler. I think it's, I don't know how you would deal with the height issue with staggering those. I think that might be, I don't know, in my opinion, sometimes that is just not worth the trouble that you go through to bring a corner down 5 feet. And I like the points Ed said, this corner isn't necessarily, in my mind, a true commercial corner. You have a club across the street. It's not really a walkable district, so I don't mind the residential plan. I just think it's a little cleaner and easier. I like this better, actually.
Thanks.
I also like this plan better. I know this is early on in the stages, but if you were to make it where there was an interior sidewalk to make it look like a walking community tying into the Walk to Wayne type of thing. I think that would add to it as well.
Okay, thanks. I guess we'll turn it over to public comment.
Sorry, why don't we go to public comment? Cheryl?
As Cheryl's getting to the mic, one thing that I did want to bring to the attention of the Planning Commission members was that this change in use wouldn't necessarily require a zoning hearing board variance, but the applicant could submit for a zoning map amendment, which would be a second way of dealing with the use versus going for a use variance. You could petition to change that district to the residential.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. In fact, that's the way that we always used to do zoning changes like this, was to have the Board of Commissioners make the decision when zoning was to change in an area. As Julia mentioned
Introduce yourself. I know, we all know you.
I'm
but
sorry.
Please.
My name is Cheryl Tamola, and I live in Wayne. Actually, St. David's, but close enough. I'm here to speak on behalf of the comprehensive plan, something that I guess we don't really pay that much attention to anymore. But the comprehensive plan highlighted the commercial districts along Conestoga Road as nodes of commercial development that would promote sustainability in Radnor Township. And sustainability is the concept of being able to perform your daily tasks without the use of, say, fossil fuels or whatever. The idea that this would be in some way a commercial zoning area that people could walk to from their neighborhoods. They can walk to go to the, of course, get their oxygen tanks, no joking, which is what's there now. Sorry. But, right, exactly. You know, to eat there or do whatever, drink at the Italian American Club, whatever. But it is important to me that we spend a lot of time thinking about this during the comprehensive planning process. And it is, I know, futuristic in some way to think about sustainability when people now are just really thinking about what's in front of you immediately. And I think that most of the time that's what you have to do on the Planning Commission. It's kind of an oxymoron to call you a Planning Commission when you're a reacting commission. But anyway, there are things, the idea of having a commercial district there, a commercial building there, really, as Julie said, it would remove the whole concept. That would be the first leg that would come out underneath the chair. It would be then a three-legged chair, and not a stool, but a three-legged chair that wouldn't fit right. There are many other things that I think are inappropriate for this. And I walk around Wayne, I'm sure many of you have seen me all the time. And one of the things that bothers me about this is, and it's the same thing that I mentioned when they developed the large buildings across the street. You don't want new residences or any development to turn its back on the community. And essentially, these people are turning perhaps not a back, but a cold shoulder on the community. When you come by here in front of this, you will see the side of a building. You will not see something that is welcoming or available to you. And I believe in form-based codes. I'm sure some of you know about it. But the idea of people react well to, no matter what the business would be there, that it's essentially the same layout or shape, that it's familiar, it's comfortable. They could put a second story on it, they could put wings on it, they could whatever, but it's in the position that makes them comfortable and feel appropriate. And it also anchors this commercial district. I think that to change it to this is, I mean, these buildings are, I know that Cass makes a lovely home, but these are going to be way tall. They're going to be shoulder to shoulder, and you're going to see the shoulders, and you're going to see the back end of the houses. And there's something inhospitable about that. And I think that's the kind of thing you should be thinking about with planning, is how to integrate a development into the community so that, I mean, one of the things that's so obviously wrong with the one across the street, not to be unkind about it, is that it's a massive size, scale, and building element that it doesn't fit in with the community at all. And I know, just as Nick said, that there are other places where there aren't trees every 10 spaces or whatever, and two wrongs never made a right and never will. And so I think the idea of flying in the face of the comprehensive plan, having a plan that is not integrated to the community, and eliminating the possibility for something better to happen there are all wrong to me. And I have something about comprehensive plans that I just want to say, if you don't mind. Developers and even municipal officials will often dismiss the comprehensive plan's community development goals and objectives as idealistic. But in addition to its being a statutory requirement, they are not only supposed to guide the policy decisions made in the development of the plan, but also may be closely examined by the courts for intent, should land use decisions be challenged. And this is what's been happening to us. We haven't followed what our overarching philosophy was stated in the comprehensive plan, and we have been sued a number of times. I don't like that. And I think that we should try to stick to where the direction we started going in instead of zigzagging all over the place. So I think we should remain just commercial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Kathy Wright, and I live on Lenore Avenue, and that would be at the upper shoulder of that development that you're presently looking at. And in 2007, when the developer behind the chiropractor wanted to go across the street to this very property, the neighbors went to the commissioners, and it was a 4-year process to ask that it remain mixed use, that the zoning not be changed. We are only 1 to 2 blocks off of Lancaster Avenue. We like living in a city environment. We like Conestoga Road. We like living in the city atmosphere. That may be nice somewhere else, but that's not nice for us. So when Cass Holloway came with the plan and then came back to you and made the changes, I know you wanted the commercial farther apart from that one building, and you wanted 2 parking spaces, because I did fill out a right to know. I did see both of these plans. He does a turnaround on the commercial one. He gives you 2 parking spaces. He really listened to the last plan. And the owner of this property has been very patient, trying to listen to the neighbors. We're trying to remain all together in our forward view of mixed use along the Conestoga corridor. And I would say that this is not acceptable in this particular property where we live on Conestoga Road, a block off of 30. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hi, Baron Gemmer, my wife and I, oops, who's got the pointer? My wife and I own a house up 128 Bloomingdale up here. As has been mentioned by Kathy, a prior development attempt at this lot actually did 3 possibilities: a mixed use, all residential, and all commercial. And as Kathy described, the residences and the neighbors decided they wanted to keep the mixed use for the reasons she said, as well as the comprehensive plan and the fact that we want that commercial, not only in our neighborhood, but to alleviate the pressure off the other commercial areas. And it actually would not be the first leg or corner to fall, so to speak. The Wicklow development that was referred to before in terms of the townhouses, that was C1 before. And so that actually is one link that already is gone. This would be the second link, and as you eat away at the edges, you have that issue. And as Kevin Kachansky mentioned, in terms of another possibility, instead of the variances, would be to try and get the commissioners to say, let's change the zoning like was done across the street. And one of the things I think you'll see in this that becomes a little more problematic, if this becomes, R5 like this part up here, is then, that 40-foot would be allowed, but now you have to have the 50-yard front yard, just like you have over here. So you start to smush it here, and now you actually have to have 30 feet or whatever between the buildings, depending on how you read the code. So if you said in a perfect world, okay, you like the old residential, let's just make this R5, this plan really wouldn't fit in. I don't disagree for them to submit this. I mean, a lot of you think it looks cleaner, et cetera, and it's an alternative view. But then you just have to look at the details both of this plan in terms of what would come out of reality, either through the variance or through the zoning change. But more overarching, as clean as it looks and as greener as it is, what are the broader implications in terms of the comprehensive plan, what the neighbors want, and how it's going to affect the community as a whole by eliminating another commercial pocket where more commercial business is forced to drive into town and to exacerbate an already bad parking situation. And this area actually is, we have the sidewalk here already. This is a grass strip here, but it's used quite often for walking. Other areas of Conestoga aren't as friendly to that, but this area is not a problem for walking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for the developer? Well, why don't we do this
I have a comment.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think that we still have a vacuum here somewhat in that no neighbors have gotten notice of this plan. No neighbors came out tonight because they didn't know about it. And okay. I mean, not all neighbors the official notice wasn't sent out. You may know about it because you are more interested in the good and the growth of Radnor Township as opposed to the notice that would have otherwise come out. And I guess I disagree with the idea of preserving that as a commercial use. And I would like to see it, if you can do a side-by-side application. I don't know if that's done, but that might be a way of finding out where everyone stands too. I mean, a residential and the other side-by-side, unless the applicant has to pick one over the other.
Could I ask Kathy Wright a question, if you wouldn't mind coming back up again? The previous plan you mentioned, where there were 3 alternatives, what happened to that developer? Did he just give up and walk away? Or did he find that he could not develop it in the way that he wanted?
Well, in 2007, when we initially brought up the fact that we didn't want to see the zoning change, that we wanted to maintain the mixed use in that area per the comprehensive plan, then our commissioner supported that, Tom Masterson, and then we went to the implementation committee, and that's how the C1A started, because everyone in the neighborhood, and I think Cass found this out when he met with them, felt very strongly recently about maintaining the mixed use. Okay. So it was all business, it was, and actually, even though it is an enclave and it's unfriendly to those of us who walk, and we walk in the neighborhood all the time, so, on the corner, actually in front of Wicklow is still the electrician, the chiropractor, and the restaurant. So while Wicklow is an enclave, it is still a commercial corner because they didn't take that whole corner. Mm-hmm. And also, Mr. Adelberger's property is extremely high. It's higher, so 40 feet would even tower more on that particular corner. And while, again, that's lovely, we don't believe it's lovely in our area on that piece of property, that we like the mixed use much better.
What was the general consensus of your neighbors to the first plan that was put in, the other one that we have here with the commercial building up front and the 6 units in the back? You had met with...
I think they
liked that.
I think everybody liked that. And
Okay.
then you all had mentioned suggestions when I came to that next meeting about you had wanted either the road behind,
We were looking at other
Right, and I think when I
options.
looked at the plan with obviously my, medical eyes, which are non-development, but, it looked as though they really made those changes, that turnaround, the two extra spaces, and they moved the commercial away from that one building that you wanted.
Right.
So, again, but your point was beautifully made. We can't have it all, and we all know that. So that's why we wanted to see the mixed use stay, because we like a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We like living one block off of Route 30, where the kids walk everywhere, library everywhere, and so we like city living.
Okay.
And we expect that.
All right, thank you.
I have a quick question for you. Would it be correct to say that you think that Wicklow was a mistake overall?
We think Wicklow looks like Stone Harbor,
No, but I mean,
not West Wing.
but from a height standpoint and the
Oh,
orientation
too
of the
tall?
buildings?
Sure. As
So-
a matter of fact, yes, and they got 8 more feet because we didn't understand about benchmark then.
So aren't we about to recommend the exact same thing
With the mixed use,
with the mixed use? There's the tavern or restaurant, Mediterranean Grill out front, and these towers behind it. Now we're going to have the florist shop out front and the lesser towers behind it.
and the 40 feet, well, I mean, I would love to see 35, but if this developer, in order to get what he wants, and he's the only other developer who's come to Mr. Adelberger since Mr. Maine, then again, your point is, we can't have it all. We just want what's best that we can get, and,
I guess what I'm saying is it looks like we're going to do the same thing.
No, Skip, hang
but
on.
it's set back, it's
Yeah,
set.
that was one of the things, no, look, you guys know I'm normally like tough. And 2 things about this that I said from the very beginning of this particular development. One, I asked very early on, because of that issue of the 8 feet and the 8 feet in the benchmarking, was the grading of this property as it is, and the 40 feet is the 40 feet, and yes, we had that confirmed to us. And then the other thing I do like about this plan is that the commercial building in the front breaks up that visual, massing of the 40-foot condos in the back. I can't do, I'd have to take a minute here to do the math of how far back those residential units are going to sit behind the commercial building. But to Mr. Gemmer's point a minute ago, if they were to go for a zoning, yes, right, get the R5, they wouldn't have even been able to do the plan they wanted because the residential setbacks are so much larger than the commercial. They were going to put a commercial building, a residential building using commercial setbacks and commercial height on the corner. And that's as much as I like less green and more green and I do, those were 2 components that concern me about that, to take residential, not have to use the residential setbacks, but and get to use the commercial height on that property.
I don't think we were getting to that point, and in terms of, this isn't the final plan, this is a sketch. I would like to see 8 instead of 9, and get that setback back, if we went the residential route, or if they went the residential route.
But I think the neighborhood does not want that. They very clearly stated, and they have in the past, that they want mixed use. So why should we force something different down their throat if what they want is the mixed use?
Plus, we're kind of pushing back on the comprehensive plan, which does concern me a bit. A lot of people spend a lot of time making that comprehensive plan, and I don't want to reevaluate all that work on a one-off basis. I don't feel that's appropriate.
Kathy, let me ask you, did I hear you correctly that in the past the Board of Commissioners already affirmed the neighbors' preferences to keep that property C1?
we went, initially when the Wicklow developer came, and I went in front of the board in 2007 and said that we did not want to see a zoning change. And then Barron can maybe refresh me, but this whole episode led to then C1A potential. So, and the board was very much in favor of kind of, again, with the Garrett Hill overlay, and then Ithan, because this is the Conestoga Road corridor. So they're really they're trying to think of it in a larger piece per the comprehensive plan direction, and not just one spot sort of. It doesn't exist in a vacuum. We want to be part of the whole corridor of Conestoga Road. I want to see. So I hope that was helpful.
Thank you.
Commission members, one thing that I do want to bring to your attention regarding building height is building height, the 40 feet is not measured to the peak of the roof for a pitched roof. It's measured to the midpoint of the roof. So it could extend up significantly higher depending on the slope of the roof. And lots of times that is something that is overlooked. When you cure a building at 40-foot height, it's not to the peak of the roof, or not necessarily to the peak of the roof.
Okay, so I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to ask if anyone in the commission would like the developer to go back and look at a residential-only plan versus a commercial. So by show of hands, those who would favor residential, raise a hand. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So those that would rather stay with the mixed use, raise your hand. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So by that direction, the mixed-use plan is the one we would prefer to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have before you the mixed-use plan.
Could you do an all-commercial plan?
I'm trying to sell this the best I can.
But can I just thank you very much for bringing that. I mean, I think that was, and as much as that took a while, it was, I think, a fruitful conversation, and I appreciate your efforts. So thank you.
We have the mixed-use plan. We made a few changes in response to the Township engineer's letter. We went back, we took another look at the building. We actually decreased the size of the building a little bit more by shaving off one of the pieces that was sticking out the side. We realized that we did not need the stairway to the basement. We removed that, pulled the sidewalk closer to the building. We have 16 and a half feet between the buildings with a lot more green space. We made some change. We flipped the side yards as was discussed. In reducing the size of the building, we relocated the trash room so that the door was off to the side and not to the back, adjacent to the residential area. Again, in reducing the size of the commercial building, we've reduced our parking space requirement to 12 spaces. We are showing 14. We're trying to maintain pretty much everything else, and I think we've addressed, for the most part, the township comments. We're showing a 10-foot easement along Conestoga Road in lieu of the additional right-of-way, and we're still requesting that waiver for the right-of-way. And again, our waiver, we're still requesting the aisle drive from West Wayne Avenue to the rear of the site, or what I'm calling the rear, to the residential area, maintaining that as 20 feet in lieu of 25. So we're still requesting those two waivers, but I think for the most part, we added a turnaround area. We have all this area sort of cleaned up, and I think for the most part we've addressed a lot of the engineering comments, with the remainder of them to be addressed at final plan.
I noticed on the residential-only plan, you have that driveway 25 feet.
Yes.
Is there something about the commercial being there and not the residential that you feel it now is appropriate to have it 20?
So we actually discussed that. We wanted to show a plan that had no waivers, because it was possible. And we said we could give you the 25 feet here, but at the last meeting, or it might have been 2 meetings ago, the commission was polled, and they said, we understand it could be 25. We'd prefer to keep it to 20 going through, as long as you leave your 25 out front. So that's why we have that here. We could have done either way on either, but we wanted to show you a plan that would be a no waiver plan.
Other questions?
I do have this comment number 10 on page 9, Dave. I don't remember seeing that before, the grass paver emergency access. Is that new, or did I just miss it in the past?
That is new. That came up in our last SAC meeting to put a grass paver entrance through there, and I guess Dave can speak to whether the applicant's willing to entertain that.
So, as I understand, there was actually a meeting out at the site with some township folks and with Kaz and with Dave Fiorello, and we are absolutely amenable to putting those pavers in. I think what we would need to do is determine they would have to remain pervious. The whole concept would be that they would just be there in the case of emergency for a fire truck, if they had to come back and place itself in this area just to service these units back here, but we would not want it to be a pervious area for driving. I think that was the concept that was discussed, that it would be a paver type surface rather than macadam paving.
That is correct, except for we weren't actually even looking at pavers, but more of a stabilized grass emergency access.
More of a reinforced turf, I think, is the engineering term, to allow grass to grow through with reinforcement in the soil and the soil matrix beneath it to take the load of an emergency vehicle.
Where would this be? I mean, are we just along Conestoga Road, or are we also talking along?
So, Doug, if you remember, there's an entrance existing there on the site now, coming off of Conestoga here. So we would get rid of this paving, as you see in the proposed plan, and then reinforce the area with reinforced soil. So it would be the similar area. You have your cut in the slope there. So we would kind of make that a little more gradual and then reinforce the surface.
And the discussion this morning at the meeting was to bring it in maybe 50 feet or so, not to bring it all the way around, but at least to be able to bring an emergency vehicle into the site off of Conestoga Road and be able to service the rear of the buildings.
I was more concerned about the buildings on the other side. Units what? A, B, and C, you're just going to assume they're going to come in through the road from the driveway off of
Yes,
West Wayne Avenue?
this gives some an additional emergency relief, and I think that's what we were discussing this morning at our meeting.
Yes, it was.
All right.
Correct.
When we started looking at this project, just refresh my memory, the commercial building was how many feet from the residential building F?
I think 5.
No, I think it was 7.5 feet.
So you have more than doubled it. So
Yes, we
thank
have.
you for that. I mean, that's one of those times where we really pushed and you guys tweaked and you made an improvement. And I think 16.5 feet is, considerably, I mean, it's just, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Commission members, if I may, there was a meeting this morning with the applicant and his engineer at the site, and Steve Norsini, Kevin Kachansky, and I attended that meeting. And Steve could not be here this evening, but he asked me to convey to you his concern with the issue regarding the 10-foot wide easement. What he would like to see is that the applicant offer for dedication an additional 10-foot strip, which would allow that right-of-way to be extended an additional 10 feet onto the property, so that in the event in the future, PennDOT or the township has a reason or an opportunity to improve the roadway in that area, that that ability and that possibility would exist for whatever reason. Mr. Norsini feels that the easement doesn't give the township that flexibility.
I think I should comment on that only because the easement was born out of a meeting.
Excuse me a second.
I'm sorry.
Could you just on the map show what you're willing to give and what they're asking for?
Absolutely. I want to explain the difference. We're out here, we're willing to give an easement. They're looking for a dedication of the right-of-way. And the concept of the easement was born along Conestoga. Yes. We had a discussion, we had a meeting with Kevin and with Peter, David, Kaz, and myself, and we were trying to, it might have been 2 months ago, and Kevin may know better, but we were talking about a couple of things, mainly with respect to the intersection. And at that meeting, we had determined, or at least discussed, the way to determine the 2 different front yards and how the parking was encroaching and so forth, to make sure that we maintained our existing line and the parking stayed on Conestoga side as opposed to coming to West Wayne Avenue. We also discussed our objection to the right-of-way. And out of that meeting came a suggestion that we could offer an easement to the township to the extent that they would need to come on, and the discussion was, we're really only going to be looking at this corner to improve the intersection. And if we needed to do that, we want to have the right, and an easement would get that done. And we said, that seems fair. That was a fair compromise from our position. Now, the meeting today, that position has changed, but I think it's important for you all to know we were responsive with that. We weren't trying to kind of pull one by the township. They said, how about an easement? We said, that sounds great. So now they don't want the easement, and that's their prerogative and your prerogative. But it was born out of their suggestion, not ours.
Well, Dave, I'll disagree with you slightly in that, yes, we did talk about an easement at the meeting, but we had always deferred to Steve as Director of Public Works as the one that would ultimately have the input, and I would defer to him as to what his desires would be for the needs at that intersection. And Steve has always maintained that he would rather have the right-of-way than an easement. So that position has not changed.
Well, that's Steve's position, for
Yes.
sure. But what I'm saying is we did not propose an easement as some type of compromise. It was a discussion that we had together, and it wasn't something we came to you with. So if Steve wants something different, that's Steve's prerogative. I just don't want it to seem that the applicant is trying to avoid an obligation by proposing something that is somehow beneficial to us. It's still granting an easement to the township. It was at the township's suggestion, and we're doing it. If Steve doesn't want that, that's Steve's prerogative. But I think it's important that we make that discussion at least available
Well, what's
to the
the
planning commission.
downside to you to not granting? Why would you not want
Julie,
it?
could we just, if you don't mind, just back a second? I still am confused. So there's 10 foot of easement along Conestoga that you're willing to give. Now, do they want 10? They want 10 plus 10 more?
What we have here is a 60-foot right-of-way currently
Right.
along Conestoga Road, 30
Right.
feet on our side, 30 feet on the other side.
Right.
Our parking is right up against this right-of-way, and that's this heavier line that I'm pointing to here. They're requesting, per the ordinance, there is a section in the ordinance, the township may require additional right-of-way. Conestoga Road is on the list of roadways, I think, is a major collector, and the ordinance requires an 80-foot right-of-way. So that's an additional 10 feet on our side of the road, and that's delineated by this other dash line here, which we're calling an easement. Like I said, we're willing to grant the easement. Granting the right-of-way puts the right-of-way line in the parking lot.
Right.
Mr. Fiorello is correct in that the ordinance does say that that Conestoga Road is a major collector and it should have an 80-foot right-of-way, and that really is the basis for Mr. Norsini's request. This is an opportunity here for the township to obtain that right-of-way and have the applicant dedicate the right-of-way to the township so that in the future, as I said earlier, any public improvements that might need to be made along that property frontage can be made by the municipality or PennDOT.
But how many other properties along there have given that?
None.
Well, at the intersection, it is most critical if you're going to do roadway improvements at an intersection, that would be where you would start. And the difference between the right-of-way and the easement is the location of the parking. The parking would have to be relocated outside of the right-of-way. With an easement, the parking could remain there, but we couldn't do any future public improvements in there. It would, in essence, be a utility easement versus a right-of-way to widen the street, improve the turning radius, things along that nature.
To follow up what Kevin said, imagine in the future if that intersection were to be improved further than it is now with left turn lanes and so on. This would be the first step in that multi-step process of acquiring that additional right-of-way in order to make those intersection improvements a reality.
I drive Conestoga a lot from Bryn Mawr out to Lancaster Avenue. And the road is narrow, and there's a lot of residences along there. There's a lot of steep banks along there. I don't see how, in the overall scheme of things, without taking a lot of property from residences, that you could really do anything with the 80-foot right-of-way. I understand where you're coming from in improving the intersection and so forth, but I think you also need to consider people's property rights. And I really cannot envision Conestoga Road going to a major four-lane highway through there without destroying the area.
Well, I don't think Steve is necessarily talking about a four-lane highway along the length of Conestoga Road. We're looking specifically at the intersection here and what intersection improvements may be necessary in the future. And if intersection improvements are warranted in the future, we do not have that opportunity to do it if we don't gain the right-of-way now.
But I think you're also impeding his ability to use the property by doing that.
Well, by nature, all of the ordinances, there's design requirements in there. So you could make that argument for any ordinance
Yeah.
requirement from it, and that's the part of the process of developing a project is you meet the code, and if the code requires X, then you meet X, or they request a waiver from it.
Well, for years, they've wanted sidewalks along Conestoga Road, and every time it was brought up, you'd say, oh, we can't do that. They don't go anywhere. And it's the same thing. I know you have to start somewhere. However, I think we need to be logical in development, and I don't see that 80-foot right-of-way along this whole road is really helpful or practical in the long run, unless you just want to, I know PennDOT always wants to run cars through as easily as possible, and they don't really care necessarily about the neighborhood. But I understand both sides. But I hate to see a person's property rights taken away because of this. But you can fight that battle.
And I think it's also important to note, these parking spaces that would be eliminated are existing parking spaces, and I know that's a zoning issue, but these aren't parking spaces we're proposing. This is their current position today, and they serve that commercial building, which we're leaving. So I think more so than forward thinking, I think this is penal on this property. There are no other right-of-way widths serving any property in this area that have been mandated to meet this 80-foot right-of-way. We would be the only one on this single corner, and it doesn't even need to be in the residential. Isn't that correct, Dave? It's only the commercial piece.
It's only the commercial piece that's affected.
So, I mean, we're
Now,
talking...
the right-of-way is required along the entire frontage. What has the impact is in the commercial area because...
Only in the commercial district.
No. The impact is in the commercial district because that's where the location of the parking is. And the location of the parking is a function of the subdivision land development ordinance and not the zoning ordinance. As we saw with the earlier application with Stratford, we required them to reconfigure their parking to meet code as they were coming in through with the land development, and that would be no different than what we would be requiring of this applicant. The problem is if they meet the code requirements with the right-of-way, they have to reconfigure their parking, which would mean relocating the parking to obtain the necessary parking spaces to meet zoning requirements for the commercial, which would then have an impact on the number of residents proposed in the R5.
Well, as I understand it, Mr. Norsini had suggested that they put additional commercial parking on the residential space, on the residential piece. So it's a very circular position that we're getting from the township. It's separate the uses, blend the uses. And we're trying to contain our commercial use on its existing footprint. In fact, we're trying to shrink that footprint. We're leaving the parking spaces. We're actually showing additional parking spaces because there was some concern from this commission that there maybe wasn't enough parking there, that if the use changed, would the parking spaces you're showing be enough to satisfy a changed use? So we saw an opportunity to give an extra couple of spaces. I think what we're asking is very reasonable. I think the waiver is a reasonable request. And in order to move forward with this development, we would have to receive it. We couldn't accept a denial of that waiver request.
Question, what the, if you got the waiver as opposed to the dedication, and then 10, 15, 20 years down the road, they decided they needed to take that over as dedicated and expand the right of way, what right would the township or whatever have that? It's still your property, is that
Well,
right?
the township has the right of eminent domain. They can certainly take anything they want as a governmental entity. They have that power.
Yeah, but still.
But so to Ms. Bogosian's point, though, that's what they would need to do. The development along there is so tight to the road, and there are no right-of-ways of 80 feet. So they would have to use that right. If they were going to really make full use of this corner and spread the road out, they would have to condemn the four corners.
So we would have to condemn it and then require the applicant, which would then be taking their parking spaces and rendering a commercial business useless without any parking versus planning for that now. And the fact of the matter is that the site is split zoned and currently functioning with commercial in a residential area which is non-conforming.
But Kevin,
and can
across
remain
the
that
street,
way.
you're going to destroy the building. I mean, you're going to get right up against the building across the street. I think hurting our use with removing some parking is going to be the least of your concerns. If PennDOT wants to widen this road and push it out on all the corners, you're going to have bigger issues than worrying about our parking. I think you're looking at this in a vacuum as opposed to a total picture of the whole corner. And I think you have to look at the whole corner. You're trying to take 80 feet from us because it's convenient now. It's penal now. It's not appropriate.
And
It's not
later on,
penal,
you're gonna have to
it's what's in the ordinance. What's the
understand.
ordinance requires.
Peter,
You can ask for a waiver,
I
and you can
understand we
provide your
are.
arguments, but we're not punishing you. We are merely applying the ordinance as it is written.
And I
It's not
understand that, Peter.
it's not penal.
I am not challenging your interpretation of the ordinance. I'm not. And I understand you're following the letter of the ordinance. We are reasonably requesting a waiver. And to suggest it's unreasonable, I think is unfair.
Well, I think
And
we're
that's all I'm
suggesting
at.
it's unreasonable. I'm saying that Steve has recommended that that waiver not be granted because he sees the benefit of having the full right-of-way width on this property in this location. And that's what it comes down to. As the Director of Public
Yeah.
Works, I think that's within his rights to
It certainly
review
is.
those things.
Could I get some
The applicant
clarity?
was to grant the taking, would they have to, could they put the spots in now, or are we talking about revising this plan again at this
It
point in
would,
time?
it would need to be revised in order to accommodate the right-of-way and remove the parking spaces outside the right-of-way.
Can I clarify something there, though? I mean, this is not a new issue. This has been on our review since day one.
Day one.
And it's not staff's fault that we're waiting until tonight. And it's not the applicant's fault that we're waiting until tonight to actually delve into the implications of this particular waiver. But, you know, Dave has had this on our list of waivers since day one. And we're just now dealing with it.
The focus has been on the zoning interpretation with the impervious coverage. To be honest, that's where the focus of this has been, and then internal to the site.
Right,
But
exactly.
yes, this issue has been something that, while we did have the meeting discuss the easement, we had always deferred to Steve's jurisdiction as Director of Public Works.
Right. So, but here it is. Now we have to actually deal with it.
And it's not one the township ran from, and it's not one we ran from either. I mean, we attempted to come to some resolution.
I just would like to have a little bit of clarity. Number 5 and number 6 comments seem almost identical to me, and I'm just trying to understand the distinction between Conestoga is classified as a major collector and they have to provide an 80-foot right-of-way versus the applicant has requested a waiver from providing additional right-of-way. What's the difference in those two, number 5 and number 6?
It's semantics. Basically, number 5 is requesting a waiver to the requirement that additional right-of-way or cartway widths may be required by the Board of Commissioners in order to lessen traffic congestion. Number 6, which has to do with provision, subprovision 4, that provision talks about where a subdivision abut or contains an existing street of inadequate right-of-way width. The Board of Commissioners may require the reservation or dedication of right-of-ways to conform with the above standards. The above standards are the 80-foot width. So it's just there are two independent requirements which in this plan require the exact same thing. So the applicant is requesting waivers to both provisions because they don't want to get a waiver from one but not the other and then be told they have to provide it.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, it's in this particular instance, it's a 2-for-1 deal. We're either passing both or we're not. Exactly. Okay, now, my second question. The distinction between the applicant providing an easement, which would allow the parking spots to remain in the right-of-way, versus Mr. Norsini's request that we not grant this waiver and that the applicant provide the right-of-way, which would prevent him from putting his parking spots, the existing parking spots, in the right-of-way, or he has to seek a variance or a different waiver, or he
Well, you
just
would have
can't
to
put them in there. What's the
redesign the site to meet the parking requirements for both the commercial and residential. And ultimately, the commercial building exists, and there's a parking requirement for that. So the commercial building would either need to shrink or there would need to be a change in the residential dwelling units.
Because you cannot seek a variance from the requirement that no parking spots be in the right-of-way. Is that my understanding?
Well, yeah, you wouldn't locate them there. I mean, they could seek a variance for the amount of parking required for the commercial use. But I guess there would be a couple different alternatives for the applicant to go if that waiver wasn't requested.
Or seek a variance to put the commercial parking in the residential
Well,
portion of the property.
the commercial
would change
parking
your
exists in
impervious
the residential portion, so that can remain. I mean, that's not an issue. It remains there today and would be grandfathered as a nonconformity. The issue is coming in with the impervious coverage within the residential district. They have separated out the impervious coverage per districts as is required, and if you were to increase the parking for the commercial component into the R5 district, that would spike the impervious coverage in the R5, and then they would have a problem.
I'm looking at the existing conditions plan, and I'm trying to visualize where this parking, commercial parking in the residential district could remain, that we just agreed is going to be an access road to an emergency paver access road. Or emergency access. Right, but isn't that where you're talking about having the parking? So I'd like clarity on what where the district is, where the pre-existing residential parking is for commercial. Thank
Sure.
you.
Right now, you can see on this plan, this is, I think, the existing conditions. And the extension of the paving into the residential is just on this corner here. This is going to be where essentially where the access point is. So they won't necessarily touch.
But there's only a tiny portion of parking in the residential that can't possibly be the commercial parking. So I'm trying to understand where the...
We're talking about the use in general, the commercial use within the district, and that entire residential portion is currently being used as a commercial use. So the parking can continue in that district, whether it's in the same location or redesigned. It would impact the proposed residential is what it's coming down to.
And it would also, just for more clarity, it would come back so it would reach further in. So it would not continue on its current line, because that's the concept we're discussing right now.
No, I understand that.
So it would come further back and reach further into the residential.
I understand that. My question would be whether or not you can meet your commercial parking requirements in that residential area and maintain the emergency paver access to the condominiums in the back.
It starts to get very tight.
Well, you bump up against your impervious coverage. Forget the pavers, against the in the residential.
I wasn't even beginning to approach the impervious coverage issue in the residential. I was just speaking of the actual logistics of the parking and the cartway that you would need in the residential area for...
Susan, I think if we went to a different plan where this parking was completely different, there'd be a different way
Correct. We're
to
not
access that. It wouldn't be a conflict between those two specific things because everything would have to change.
Okay, thank
We're
you.
not
That
suggesting
must
that it
be
would
the
be a
answer.
residential or an emergency access. That may be functioning as it does now as in a regular in and out, from Conestoga Road.
Okay.
I don't drive
plan would end up
Conestoga
changing.
Road as much as maybe some of you. Is this intersection a problem now? I mean, compared to other intersections in Wayne, are we looking to, in the near future, adding turn lanes to this intersection?
I don't know
would
what
doubt it.
Steve's plans are, but obviously he has felt the need to request the right-of-way or that waiver not be granted.
It seems to me that there's no way you're going to develop the commercial if you grant the right-of-way, like he's asking for. Because I don't see where physically there's any room to park, to meet the parking requirements for anything that resembles a decent size. I mean, there's only 2,200 feet. You can take it down to 1,000 feet. I still don't, maybe you can
Ultimately,
get the park.
it comes down to then how much, if the commercial is existing in a certain size and requires a certain amount of parking, then you work off of that, and then what is remaining is developed as residential. So you get back to the comment, maybe there's too much residential on the site as opposed to too much commercial. If the commercial is already existing, you go off of the existing, and you start with that as your starting point, and then you work backwards. Whatever left after you meet your ordinance requirements would then be developed as residential.
Right, so, all right, so we're back to the residential, or all residential, all commercial argument.
So, in our
Right, because we got all residential and still meet all the, all
Isn't
these.
this grandfathered, this parking
So
grandfathered?
zoning, it's grandfathered.
Yeah.
But not for
But-
land development. So
So don't develop the commercial, leave it as it is and put your.
we
real
aren't developing the
resident-
commercial, but we're putting
So
the,
why
we're
is the
putting the new
commercial
road
being
in.
pushed
We're-
into a new
we're-
development?
Because
We
they're
are-
creating one lot, Kathy, and doing land
They don't have
development.
to create one lot.
The only lot consolidation, this is already
Is in
one
the
lot.
back.
This is not the lot line between the lots. The second lot is this piece in the back
And doing
here.
land development. The salvage
Well,
part kicks.
yeah, but get away from the lot consolidation.
They're modifying both sides of this site in the commercial and in the residential, and as a result, they are rearranging the parking lot to accommodate the access to the residential, which
So what's in effect happening is because of our desire to have an ownership right of way, which the township might or might not use at some time in the future. And if we decide.
Can I ask a question about, to whom is the right-of-way dedicated? Because I know PennDOT will not accept the right-of-way.
I believe Steve said that he would expect it to be dedicated to the township.
And does the township take dedication of rights-of-way throughout the township? The reason, maybe it's a wrong wording, but I know most of the properties are deeded to the title line, and I guess it's the question of, are we dedicating, we're not dedicating land, we're dedicating the
Normally, in
right-of-way.
these situations, and I am not familiar how Radnor Township does this, but in other townships where I have dealt with this situation, where the property is deeded to the center line of the road, the townships, as a rule, take actually an easement as part of the dedication and not ownership of that strip of land, because
So
it
the
makes no
right-of-way
sense.
is
It makes no
actually-
sense to take, especially in this case where PennDOT owns the current right of way. We would then own just this little narrow strip of 10-foot land. So we normally would just take an easement over it that would allow us to do all the same, all the various roadway improvements. That's how it's done in other townships. I do not know how it's done in Radnor, and I do not know, in the past, if and how Radnor has taken additional right-of-way along an existing road.
And I think despite what we call it, it would ultimately be that the improvements would not be located in that area. So if improvements were done in the future, we're not adversely impacting the business operations in 5 or 10 years, that there would be room to make those improvements. It's ultimately, whatever we call it, whoever owns it, I think, isn't the issue as much as what is going to be located in those areas. And that's Steve's recommendation to you. You get to make the recommendation to the commissioners. I'm sure Steve will be expressing his concerns to the commissioners as well. Ultimately, it's in your hands to make a recommendation on this waiver, given everything that you've heard.
I'd like to comment, and this is not a request for another vote on the residential, but I think you said that you could give the right-of-way in the residential plan.
Yes.
And it sounds like if you have to do this, that I got the impression that you're not going to be able to go forward.
That's correct. It'll kill this project,
Okay.
for the split-use project. It'll kill really any split-use project on this property.
So is there any other questions on the other items? Because what I want to do is get public comment and come back to these waivers and just take a vote on the waivers, whether we're for them or against them, and then we can, I think, make a decision one way or the other. So any other comments on the plan? Public comment.
As Baron's walking up, the issue of the stormwater management, are you getting clarity about that? That you're getting the additional infiltration testing that you were asking for on page 6?
The stormwater
Provided
management,
the information, we
Yeah.
just had perk testing, additional perk testing done, I believe it was yesterday, and I understand we have fairly good results, but I don't have a report that I can provide to the engineer at this point in time.
right. So, but stormwater management is not required until final plan approval, so that's why they've deferred most everything till final plan approval. So they've given us some preliminary guidance, but as Dave indicated, we don't have anything on the infiltration and some of the higher level calculations for the stormwater.
I guess my concern, I think I raised this in the past with either this plan or another plan, is that it's, again, one of those situations where an applicant could be pretty far down the road to find out that something's not going to meet a requirement, and then are we all going to feel obliged, as the Board of Commissioners going to feel obliged to pass something because all this time and money and energy has been invested when, you know, a question like stormwater needs to be answered. And I'm not, that's not particular to this. That's part of our development process. That's a concern. So let's not deal with that tonight, but that's my concern about pushing that level of information off to final plan approval.
Baron?
Baron Gemmer. Won't comment on the right-of-way or the easement issue. As we've talked about before, the mixed use is what we as neighbors, and I'll speak for myself personally, like. This isn't a perfect plan, but and pending the right-of-way, who knows what it might end up as. The only comment I'll have specifically on this plan is the one waiver that was requested, particularly in light of what we saw in the old residential, that, you know, this being 20 instead of 25, you know, we saw it being 25 on the residential. When I listened to the comments from the last meeting, it seemed like most of them were, well, we're trying to reduce impervious, let's just make it 20 instead of 25, as opposed to some particular hardship or characteristic of the land, because otherwise you should be making that decision for every drive like that, and should be making the 20 if that's your comment. And I'm not sure in this case it's saving impervious, although I haven't looked at the impervious calculations for the commercial. But that would be my one comment on this, is to make that 25, eliminate that one waiver, and I'll let the other chips fall where they may. If I could indulge the commission for one quick thing, more overarching. At the end of this discussion, and because we're going to be after 10 at that point, and there's 6 other items, if there could be a discussion about items that are either going to be pushed off to a following meeting, you know, the following meeting or a special meeting, so folks that are here can, you know, make decisions, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Any other public comment? Any final comments from the board?
Yeah.
Let's go right ahead.
I think we should give them the waiver on the 80-foot easement. I don't think it's logical. It doesn't make common sense.
Kurt, why don't we just go to a vote by waiver?
One comment on that right-of-way. If our Director of Public Works is asking for that and asking us not to grant that waiver, I would imagine he has a reason for that. At this point, I don't know what that reason is. If there's something, you know, in the works, or if there's something that could be done at that intersection, I don't feel like I can grant that waiver after he's asked us specifically not to.
Okay. Any other comment? Let's start with
I'm sorry, if I
Go
can
ahead,
just
Peter, go ahead.
make one quick comment. If the Planning Commission is so inclined to grant the waiver as to the 80-foot right-of-way, it would be my request that they condition the grant of that waiver on the applicant still providing the township with the easement as originally granted. That way, if there ever is improvements that need to be done, we at least don't have to condemn that land.
That's absolutely acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Just a matter of process. I mean, obviously, it would have been nice if Mr. Norsini could have been here, because we still have some questions, and we don't know what his thinking was. But we're not aware of any issue or plan for the intersection at this time. I understand we're looking to the future, and there might be things we don't know yet. But that will come up again at the commissioners' meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if there's something that we just are missing a piece of information, that will come to light. Okay.
The other thought that I had that Peter and I very briefly discussed was holding off on this particular waiver until final. It doesn't do much for the applicant in knowing how they can proceed until it gets to final, but that would be another option.
I think the applicant said that they're not going to go forward.
No, you would just not take action on this waiver or make a recommendation until it's back in front of you.
I'd swear he said, if you don't grant this waiver, we're not going forward.
That's correct. And as additional information, we do have a call into PennDOT, just so you know, Kevin and Peter. We have called PennDOT just to see what their plans are. We have not gotten a call back. That was as a result of the meeting this morning with y'all out at the site. So once we have that information, we'll provide it to you.
Were any traffic counts done recently in this area that would show what traffic could be to see if it's even warranted? Because,
We can get that information from PennDOT. In my previous life, I had worked for PennDOT in their planning department, and I know that they have a long-range program. They used to have a 12-year program. We tried to get in touch with the director of planning at PennDOT's district office, and we placed a couple phone calls today and just are waiting a return call to see what their long-range program is. To my knowledge, there's none, but I can't confirm that, and I'm not going to say that until we actually hear from PennDOT to see if they do have anything on their long-range program for this intersection.
I'm looking at the site map. It's sheet 3. It's hard. It's a little bit hard to read, but I don't know if this is going to be any better, but there was a lot of talk about how close properties are to the street and how close to the right-of-ways, and if I'm reading the scale correctly, 1 inch is 500 feet. Are you...
1 inch is 500 feet for the location map. For the actual...
thank you.
The
50
actual
feet.
plan here, it's 1
Thank
inch equals 50.
So can you take a quick glance on that? Without Mr. Norsini being here, the kind of thing that I could imagine is that at some point down the road, there might be a thought to widen, would there ever be a thought to widen Conestoga and make a left-hand turn down to, down West Wayne Avenue? That's, without knowing someday down the road what development might happen back in there, hard to say. I mean, these are the
It's
types
sort of questionable there because isn't West Wayne Avenue, once you get down to the next block, one way?
Well, I'm sorry,
coming out?
I was going west on Conestoga, taking a left on West Wayne Avenue toward the elementary school.
Which would impact the medical devices place
So-
and not this.
To continue my question, I was trying to get a sense of are there actually physical properties that would have to be condemned in order to do a widening of that intersection? And I can't really tell from this map.
Well, the aerial photograph, as you can see, I believe you're talking sort of heading northwest on Conestoga and turning left here. You can see the medical devices, Accurate Medical Device, I believe is the name. You can see the building there. Their parking is in the front, and if I can throw a scale on here real quick. The building is on the order of 35 feet from the edge of the roadway. Right now, parking is directly into there. People have to back out. So if there was some widening done, usually widening is done in conjunction with both intersections, so there will be a little bit of widening to the restaurant side. That restaurant is right on the right-of-way line. So it is very tight in that area.
Thank you.
I think more likely you would see coming the other direction, a left turn lane put in so that you're heading into town. You're heading the opposite direction on Conestoga Road and wanting to make a left there. Yeah,
Well,
that would be more.
Once you turn there, you go down one block and it's one way.
But then you
coming
can
out,
go on Bloomingdale into town.
which would then sort of circumvent. You're only going down a block, so it's questionable why you would.
And
do
actually,
that.
if you're
Like I'm
traveling
saying, I
that
don't
way,
know
you'd
of
stay on
anything.
Lancaster, because you had to come from somewhere at that point. You're so close to Lancaster.
Right, but if
you
we're
would just stay
talking
on
about
Lancaster.
a business area and commercial and wanting traffic flow and whatever, I don't know of any plan, but I don't know that there isn't one either. That's why I don't feel comfortable making that vote without enough knowledge.
I'm going to call a timeout here for 1 second and take a poll from the audience. Item number 6, 615 Newtown Road. Can I have a show of hands? How many people are here for that? Thank you. Item 7, recommendation ordinance 2012-06, amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township zoning ordinance by providing for regulations permitting use not adequately or specifically defined or permitted in Radnor Township by conditional use. Show of hands. I see one. Item number 8, Recommendation for ordinance 2012-09, amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township zoning code by establishing regulations for outdoor dining. Show of hands. Several. A few waving at me. Thank you. Push that one off. Number 9, ordinance 2012-11.1, amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township zone ordinance, amending the heights of athletic field light standards. We have 1. Number 10, 2012-11-2. This is municipal services uses as accessory use in zoning districts of lands owned, operated, leased, or maintained by Radnor Township. I have a 0 on that one. A 1? Thank you. Recommendation for ordinance 2012. This is mixed-use special transportation development within the PLO. Just the applicant. There's actually an applicant for that, Nick?
It's basically a private zoning change request.
Okay. So we have 6, and it's 10 after 10, and we're not done number 5 yet. So my suggestion would be to do number 5 and 6 and defer 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 11 to the next meeting. I don't know, but I don't, we can,
Or
if you want to jump it ahead,
add the infamous extra meeting,
or add another meeting.
depending on
We could certainly do
what
that.
September is.
No, that we can with advertisement.
Yeah, we probably don't have time to advertise,
right.
correct?
No, the advertising wouldn't be a problem.
Would not be a problem?
No, because none of these are hearings that require, advertising. It's just the advertising of a special meeting. So that could be done by the end of, sometime by the end of August. We could hold another meeting in August if you wanted.
A lot of people have complained at different meetings that we're scheduling important meetings in August when people are away. So if there's going to be a second meeting, I would like to see it in September. Personally.
That's your decision. I'm just telling you legally, don't worry about the advertising. It can get done, but it's your decision when you want to hold that meeting.
Then I'll take a show of hands. Those that want to stay and slug through 6 more? Show of hands. I say we do 6:15 and nothing else tonight, or we do them all, and we stay until it's done.
Can we ask Kevin,
Kevin?
it's my understanding that we're going to be having a lot of meetings like this, and if we keep pushing stuff off, we may get to a point where we have nights where, do we have a lot of ordinance work coming up? Is this, my understanding, is that accurate?
We do, yes. And a lot of these I had envisioned just introducing them tonight from the ordinances that you haven't seen, letting you digest them over the course of the next month, and then revisiting them. I didn't really anticipate getting to detailed discussions on a lot of these. I know for those that the applicants are here, I think it may be fair to have a brief introduction for those. Ordinance 2012-06, you've seen several times. That is scheduled for a hearing at the August 20th Commissioners meeting. So that has already been advertised into the county. We're bringing it back to you in order to meet our MPC requirements. So there are some of these ordinances that we can just defer later on. Morally, they're on the agenda to bring it to your attention, and then take the opportunity over the next month to review those and discuss those in earnest at the September meeting.
So which ones can we defer then, Kevin?
Well, I would then recommend number 8, number 9, and number 10. The applicant is here for number 11, and the applicant is here for number 6. And I think 6 should be a relatively quick discussion on a waiver item, so I anticipate that being that is for discussion only, so that the applicant gets a feel, so that I don't anticipate that being very long.
So we're talking about 6 and 11 once we finish 5.
I would say 6, 7, and 11.
Okay? 6, 7, and 11, and we're stopping the meeting at 11:30 regardless.
Second.
Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. So just to make it clear, does anybody need me to recite what 6, 7, 11 are again? Or Or does everybody understand? And I apologize for anyone who's been here till 10:15 and we're not going to hear what you want to hear tonight, but I think it's the right way to do it. Okay. So we're back to the first waiver, which is granting the 20-foot versus the 25-foot driveway. By show of hands, all in favor of granting the waiver, please say aye and show your hand. Aye. Any opposed? One opposed. So we're in favor of that waiver. The second waiver, which I really ask as the 2, which really has nothing to do with the 80-foot right-of-way, all in favor of granting that waiver, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? 1, 2, 3. So both waivers would carry at this point in time. Okay, so based on that, can I have a motion to approve the plan as presented, including those 2 waivers?
I so move.
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 1 opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, could I clarify, is this a preliminary plan motion, or how?
It's a preliminary plan motion.
Understood.
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming this motion is, a recommendation is that the plan is approved, conditioned upon meeting all the comments in the
Correct. Including the
Gilmore
easement.
letter, including the, and including the easement.
Including the easement, yes. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, I'm going to move for a 5-minute break, and it will be exactly 5 minutes. We will start at 10:15. Thank you.
Yeah, please, because this is set, it's already set to go, because it's got to broadcast out, not just off of here, but off of there's, I don't know, Kevin might bring this up, so I'm just going to leave that for you guys. Okay. So then if you just, close this, and when you're done, you can close that, appreciate it. Thank you.
What's that?
It was the microphone, yeah.
All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. If they're ready in the back, ask everybody to sit down and we'll get back started again, please.
Oh, okay. Do you have another mic there?
Yeah, I do. Okay, before we go to item number 6, I just want to make one announcement. David, I understand we are losing you. Tonight is your last meeting with us. I want to thank you for everything. It's been a pleasure. And I'd like to introduce John, although he's already spoken. We should have had him officially introduced. So please, John, just introduce yourself.
John Sartor from Gilmore & Associates, my coworker and my boss. So he'll be taking over my my stead here, and I think he'll do a fine job.
Do you think he can handle it?
I said he's my boss, so
You have to say that, huh?
I'm supposed to answer that question.
But thank you, David, for everything. It's been a pleasure.
We're going to miss you, Dave.
Feelings mutual. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We're going to go to item number 6, 615 Newtown Road, discussion of Atterbury Estate LP proposes to subdivide the existing parcel into 8 lots under the lot averaging provisions of the Radnor Township zoning ordinance with a cul-de-sac at 615 Newtown Road. So this again is a sketch plan for discussion only, and I'll turn over to the applicant to take the floor. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. I'm George Brosman. I represent the equitable owner of this property, which is at 615 Newtown Road. We had the name wrong in your materials that I provided to you. The proper name is 615 Newtown Road Associates LP, and they have an agreement of sale with the estate that owns the property. With me here this evening are the principals of 615 Newtown Road LP. It's Jim Gorman back there and Alex Wazeloff, who's a township resident, here in the front row, and they'll be addressing you shortly, and we'll try to keep this brief tonight. We are here only for discussion purposes, and we see that you've had a long night, so we're not going to take up a lot of your time. We also have with us Patrick Stewart and Joe Orsatti from Orsatti Associates. They're the land planners and landscape architects on this project. As I noted, we're here just for discussion purposes. We have a sketch plan. I assume you received it. Basically, what the proposal is to put 8 modestly sized homes on this.
George, can I interrupt? Do you have one you can put on the table and then get up on the screen?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Put it up, Patrick?
Either way, you can put it there on the table, they can zoom in, or you can put it on your computer. Thank you.
It's on the computer. I don't
Let's do
know.
it on there. It may be clearer.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Can you blow it up?
Yep.
So thanks, Pat. This is basically a 13.6 acre tract gross area, and Alex and Jim will tell you about their plan to put 8 modestly sized homes on here. What we're here mainly to do is 2 things: to go over the sketch that's been developed. Pat will probably tell you before we came here, we spent many months. We worked with Kevin Kachansky and David Lay, and we've tried to meet the ordinances as best that we can. We think we've done that. So we want to introduce the sketch to you, and we also want to discuss with you, I think it's fair to say, 2 saldo waivers that we have identified. Those waivers would be for the right-of-way width of the proposed cul-de-sac, and the second waiver would be a waiver for sidewalk along Newtown Road. And you may recall there was a prior subdivision granted for this property, and that same waiver was granted on condition that a gravel path be installed along there. So what we did with this plan was to show that same exact gravel path, assuming that you would want that same path that you approved before. So we would be willing to do that, but technically I think because it's a gravel path, it would need a waiver. And the purpose of that is to better respect the natural features along there and to keep up with the character of Newtown Road, which is more of a rural feeling. I think a to code sidewalk wouldn't really fit in there. The waivers, as you'll hear, we believe are minor. They're consistent with waivers that have been granted in the past, and they do not increase the overall yield on this property. But most importantly, we think they would provide for a better plan. Patrick will get into the details on this after Jim and Alex tell you about why they're doing this. But basically, we've got two things going on here. We have the lot averaging provisions that we're using. We believe we're entitled to use those, and we believe we meet the standards for those. The whole purpose of lot averaging is to allow you to modify some of the lot widths and the lot sizes to allow for a more flexible kind of development. And by doing that, we've been able to save a large estate home here that's been on the property for over 100 years. And we've been able to better respect the natural features of the site. Pat will get into this, but there is a stream along the back here. It has an associated floodplain. And along Newtown Road, there's some slopes and there's a stand of trees that we would like to preserve to kind of preserve the visual character of that corridor of the road. So that's the lot averaging does that, but more importantly, the waiver that we'd be seeking under the code, this cul-de-sac would require a 60 feet right-of-way. We have another plan that Pat will show you where we can comply with the 60 feet right-of-way. All that does, in our opinion, is it's an inefficient use of the land. It basically pushes the development out towards Newtown Road, out towards the natural, the stream and the neighbors. We want to get a 40 feet right-of-way that'll allow us to keep this more compact and allow us to centralize the improvements, and very importantly, to preserve this estate house. If we have to provide a 60-foot right-of-way, it'll push the setback back, and that house would be in the setback, and we're not intending on seeking any variances with these plans, so that house would have to come down. So by going with the 40-foot waiver of the road, we think it'll be a more sensitive plan to the natural features, and it'll preserve the estate house, which has been there for over 100 years. And again with the sidewalk, it's the same thing you did before. With that introduction, I want to have Alex or Jim come up and tell you why they're doing this. We think it's going to be a very interesting development, a unique development, and then I'm going to have Pat Stewart go through the sketch in a little more detail.
Good evening, although it's starting to feel like morning a little bit. Thanks for the opportunity to present our plan to you. I wanted to give you a little bit of background on myself and why we are doing this. My name is Alex Wazloff. I've been a resident of Radnor Township for 13 years. Built a home here with my wife over on Abrams Lane. Raised 3 kids. They've all left us. 2 of them are married, one's in college. 2 grandkids, and my wife and I find ourselves in this enormous house, and we can't find each other. She kind of likes that. I kind of miss her. We're way overhoused for our lifestyle. We spend a couple months out of the year in the winter down south. We have a condo down in Florida, and it's a house that really should belong to a family. So we've decided to sell our home, move into the next stage of our lives, and downsize. But we haven't been able to find the type of house that we're looking for in Radnor. In discussions with my good friend Jim Gorman and other friends of ours, we find there's a lot of couples in the same situation that we are. The kids are gone. They have houses that are way too big for them. They want to downsize, but they love living here. And finding the type of product that we would like to move into in the next stage of our life is just not around. It's a smaller home with the level of finishes that we're used to in our larger homes. So quite honestly, we're sitting around one night having a bottle of wine, and we're saying, listen, if we can't find it, let's build it. Well, if we're going to build it, where can we find a piece of land to do that? Not easy to find a piece of land in Radnor Township. So we're driving down Newtown Road one day, about a mile from my house. We see the for sale sign. We pull into 615 Newtown Road. We drive in and we fall in love with the place. So from that point on, which was about 6 months ago, Jim and myself have been trying to figure out how can we create a little enclave of the type of empty nester homes that we're looking for in Radnor Township that would attract both himself, myself, our families, as well as others into this environment that we're trying to create. Jim's wife, some of you may know, Trish Gorman, is kind of a nationally renowned designer. She designs homes and communities all over the country. She got very involved in terms of trying to create the look and feel that Jim will talk to you about in a few minutes that we're trying to create. But this is really all about us wanting to stay in a community, maybe attract some of our friends to the community, and find a place where we can find a smaller lot size from what we have today, downsize, and build some new homes that keep us in the community and attract others into the community. To date, we have 3 other friends of ours that want to be part of this. We have a number of others who are interested. We're trying to create an environment that we meet as many, if not all, of the specifications that you have for development in Radnor. We think we've done that. And, we ask you to evaluate our plan at this point in time. Provide us your input, your counsel on, does this work? Does it feel right? Is there anything else that we need to do to make it better from your perspective? We sent a notice out to close to 120 of our neighbors last week, letting them know what we were planning to do. We invited them to a meeting last night, which we had about 20 people attend. 2 of them are here tonight, I think, to voice comment. We're trying to do everything the right way, but at the same time, we are not master developers. We're not doing this as a means to create profit or income. We're doing this because this is a place we want to live. We want to preserve the heritage trees on the property. We want to create as much green space as we can. We want to create a very, very unique enclave that, both from a design standpoint, from an environmental standpoint, and from a livability standpoint, because it's what we want. We're not doing this for somebody else. We're doing this for ourselves. And hopefully in the process, we'll attract others to it as well. As I mentioned, 5 of the 8 lots that we're proposing, one of which includes the Stone Farmhouse, we have verbal commitments on, actually a little bit more than verbal commitments. So if we get approval to move forward, we'll just have to grab 2 more of our friends into the build aspect and find somebody who wants to restore the farmhouse. So we're in the process. We're in front of you to inform you, to give you enough time to think about this, to ask whatever questions you have, to give you as much information as we possibly can, so that at your September meeting you can let us know if it meets your requirements or not. Jim, you want to add anything? You want to talk about design or anything?
Alex, I think it's, given the late hour and the rest of the
Jim, if you could use the microphone, please. Sorry.
He's passing.
Yeah, well, given the late hour and the agenda that they have tonight, I think we can get into some of these design things at the appropriate time, but I think it's more important for Pat to really take us through the things that concern this committee. So, Pat, thank you.
Good evening. The plan that we have submitted before you is, as George said, 8 lots. Lot 7 in the center is the existing estate home. Lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 radiate around that on a cul-de-sac that's approximately 700 feet long. Newtown Road is to the north here. Sproul Road is to the east, to the south, I'm sorry. To the east is the Newtown Friends School. I'm just going to put up a couple photographs just to show you the character of the property. This is a view of the existing cottage that exists on the property, and the plan is to preserve that. There's a view driving down Newtown Road. The property would be to the left, and that's the stand of trees that George was speaking to that we'd like to preserve. This is a view along the existing driveway to the estate home, and you can see some of the mature heritage trees that exist on the site today. And this is a view of the rear of the existing estate home that is there today, and some of the heritage trees surrounding it. There's some mature evergreen buffers around the perimeter of the site that buffer the roadways and the neighboring properties to the west. That's the creek that runs through the property known as Van Leer's Run. So the idea behind the plan, the right-of-way issue, we're looking for a 40-foot right-of-way versus a 60-foot right-of-way, because what that allows us to do, as George mentioned, is pull the houses closer to the roadway, and that will preserve. There are some steep slopes in here that we would like to stay away from that we can't develop. There's a mature stand of trees along Newtown Road. And the site really slopes about 35 to 40 feet from Newtown Road to Van Leer's Run down here. So it makes sense from a planning standpoint to put these houses down in this enclave. The 40-foot right-of-way also would allow us to prevent us from developing down here where there's the stream valley, which is pretty serene and nice to stay. And it also allows us to keep this estate home, which is very important to the, which is it's over 200 years old from what we've been able to find. So that's basically the plan.
You were saying that going from a 60-foot right-of-way to a 40-foot right-of-way would allow you to preserve the steep slopes in the creek valley.
Yes.
Our ordinances require that you preserve the steep slopes in the creek valley.
That's correct.
So what we would get from going from a 60-foot right-of-way to a 40-foot right-of-way, what additional protection are you offering?
Well, it would preserve more trees. It would keep the houses closer to the roadway. It would allow them to be set closer to the roadway as opposed to grading back into. You're right, we would not be disturbing steep slopes even with a 60-foot right-of-way, but it would keep the development more compact. It would be shorter driveways, less impervious surface, all things that make sense for this site.
And what's your plan for the existing cottage?
It's up here in the right-hand corner of the site. It's planned to remain it would be an accessory structure to Lot 4.
The 40-foot right-of-way also preserves the estate home.
That's correct.
That's what you said, right?
That's correct.
The estate home would have to come down with a 60-foot right-of-way.
That's correct.
Okay.
You said there was a plan that shows the other right-of-way. Can you
Sure.
show that?
No problem.
Why would the estate home have to come down? I mean, couldn't it just be closer to the street, so to speak?
Well,
it's this
We couldn't
waiver
allow
that
the
we have.
applicant to create a non-conforming situation, and the road could be designed to preserve that with 60-foot right-of-way. The problem that you get into then is that those homes then start to push back towards and into that mature stand of trees, as well as closer towards the steep slopes, and you really then are left with a modest-sized house with no usable yard. And ultimately, when we reviewed the plans, we looked at the by right sketch, which doesn't show preserving the estate house, which are under no obligation to do. The density came out the same. So when all things considered, the waiver, all that does is it preserves the natural elements on the site and gives them the opportunity to have usable lots with preserving the estate house.
And Kevin, with the reduction in the right-of-way for the street, we're not looking at a reduction in the street width.
They have not indicated that. They've just indicated the
Just the
reduction in the
right-of-way.
right-of-way width. Correct.
So in terms of safety issues and access for fire trucks, and that wouldn't be affected?
We haven't seen that level of detail since this was just a sketch, and they were really here in front of you to kind of get an idea before they fully committed as to whether or not you'd be supporting that waiver before they went and submitted land development plans. You know, Dave Lay did do a review of items in the two sketches, and it does look like that they are requesting a slight reduction in the cartway width from 28 to 24.
If I could address that, Kevin, I had talked to you about it. My read of the code is that the 24-foot cartway is that all that is required, and that's what we're proposing. I don't think we need a 28 feet right away, or a cartway under the ordinance.
George is correct that we did discuss that. I have not had the opportunity to discuss those issues that George raised with Dave, but whether or not a relief would be needed, I'm sure that if the applicant's desire was to meet the code, then they would either meet the code, which I'm getting an indication that they would not seek relief from that.
Do they also need a waiver for sidewalks on the cul-de-sac?
No, there is, I think that one of the provisions that they noted in this district does not require sidewalks along the road.
It's not required in R1 for a cul-de-sac under, I think it's 255-27.
The plan that I put up here is the plan that shows the 60-foot right-of-way. And when you apply the front yard setback of 60 feet, that's required.
Correct. Yeah, there was a footnote in there that I don't know that.
It's with an asterisk. It's sort of hard to spot in there, but it's a exclusion or it's a reduction because it's in R1.
Right.
The other issue that was coming up was the crossing of the steep slopes. As you may recall, that this was in front of you. This property was in front of you about a year ago for a 5-lot subdivision. And at that point in time, there was a determination that the road, which was kind of a similar alignment, crossing in the same location, could cross in that location under one of the exemptions under the zoning ordinance. And they're keeping that alignment. So, if you start tinkering with the right-of-way width to preserve the existing house and pushing everything towards Newtown Road, you start to get into more areas of steep slopes, which ends up creating more issues than what they're currently proposing.
You said these houses were, the intention was people were going to be downsizing from larger houses. How big are the houses?
Right now, we expect the homes to be somewhere between 36.
You have to come up because it's on TV.
I'm sorry. Our plans are somewhere between 3,600 and 4,200 square feet. I'm embarrassed to say.
There's one other aspect of this plan I think I should point out. The current driveway that serves the estate home comes along here in almost the same fashion as the road we're proposing, but it crosses off our property into an easement along the back of these two properties. The previous plan proposed eliminating that, and that's our intention as well. We think it would be better to locate it in this fashion. It would allow us to plant some trees to serve as a buffer for the residents to the west there.
I have one little comment regarding the road coming out onto Newtown. I think you need to flare it out a little bit at the end so you have better sight distance there,
That's
because
great.
it's
We
not really great sight
we
distance.
haven't engineered it yet,
Okay.
but we will, yes.
All right.
I had an opportunity to walk this property last week, and one of the things that I was really noticing, well, I drive Newtown Road all the time, is that because the way the property slopes down into where the main house is, you don't see that much of the main house. And when I drove in here, it's I don't know if they'll be able to show it, but there's interesting clearings where the way that there are clearings in the property, and then there's unbelievably mature trees, and then more clearings. That I want to throw this out because it came up as an idea, and me again suggesting a waiver. But if the building envelopes were actually even closer to the street, which I don't know if that requires a waiver or a variance, I'm not sure, and maybe it's not allowed at all. Certainly not into the steep slopes, but some of these lots, if the building envelope were even closer to the street, it would save a tremendous number of trees, because it's as though there's this big bank of
Do you
trees.
mean closer to the proposed road or closer to Newtown Road?
Closer to the proposed road, which will bring the houses down the hill. There's a natural slope there off of Newtown, so we would see the houses even less. We would save more trees, and it's as though there's this clearing that's been created for little houses to be put in. And it's interesting the way it is. And I'm only throwing that out because I saw this, and if they're going to design something, it could be a way to save even more trees on this property.
I put up a section, as you were speaking, Ms. Stern, that we did a section through the site from Newtown Road down to the stream through the middle, and you can kind of, it kind of depicts what you were describing there. Along Newtown Road, there's a bank of trees that we would stay out of, and we were required to stay out of it. There's some steep slopes in there, and there's a front yard setback or a 60-foot setback off that road. So this is really the pocket where we would be developing in here. And, you know, we've even explored looking at a reduced front yard. Your R1 requires a 60-foot front yard, and that's set back from the right-of-way. We're seeking the 40-foot right-of-way, but we've even looked at some plans where we would reduce the front yard. We haven't made a decision whether we would pursue that at this time, but that would help to preserve more trees. You are correct.
Yeah, I would just like to add that if we were able to do that, we think it would be a much better plan for the area.
Lot 4, would the existing structure that's remaining remain as a residential type unit, or would it be a garage or something else? What's the,
On Lot 4, the accessory structure,
Yeah.
the cottage,
it'll stay as a cottage? Is that the plan, or?
that's the plan, yeah.
Didn't we talk about the kitchen had to come out? When we approved this as a 5-lot, there was something about the kitchen had to come out or some, I don't remember.
I saw that, it did say that.
Right.
Now,
that-
I haven't researched whether there's some claim that that's a non-conforming second house on the lot, but I think that's actually Jim Gorman's lot that he's going to be living on, and right now, he's thinking that it'll be some sort of accessory use for the main residence that he'll build there. I don't think he knows exactly what he'll do with it yet, but that's the intention, to maintain it. Of course, it's a beautiful old structure, but it would probably be some accessory use.
Unless the township had a valid rental permit for that, we would not allow that to be occupied by as another dwelling.
There's some photographs of the existing state home that's currently out there. And here's some images of what the proposed houses would look like. They're trying to respect the architecture and blend it with the estate, with the high-pitched roofs and the stone.
How would you handle the lower portion that's on the other side of the road, down here?
That's the part that's on the other side of 320, I think you're referring to, Kathy. That, I think in the prior plan, that was actually a separate lot, and then there was some agreement that it would be deed restricted. On this sketch, we've shown it as part of one of the lots. I think we would actually prefer to separate it and, put some sort of covenant on it that it wouldn't be developed. We'd be willing to talk to the township if they had any need for it. We may speak to the Radnor Conservancy about that piece, but there's no proposal to develop it. It'll be, an undeveloped piece. It's my understanding from looking at the old atlas maps that it is actually part of the property, and Route 320 was built through there in the 20s or 30s, so that's why that other piece is over there. Just sort of an interesting historical note that I saw.
It's also protected by the floodplain in that area.
What'd you say, Kevin?
It's within the floodplain.
Yeah, it's within the floodplain, and we think that, preserving it would obviously have a lot of stormwater management benefits to the township generally, just to keep that type of space open.
Questions for the applicant? Any public comment on the application?
Can I borrow that little red flasher? All right, great. Good evening, everyone. Won't take up too much time. My name's John Brown. I happen to live on Van Leer's Run in that house right there. My neighbor, Brajesh Agarwal, lives there. He can't be here tonight, but asked me to speak a few words on his behalf. This property, as someone mentioned, has been under the specter of development for a couple years now. In fact, I brought with me, give you a copy. plans for the other development that Mr. Malloy was the engineer. And yeah, I brought with me the plans that were approved for the prior Atterbury subdivision, and two things of significance on those plans. One, right on the plan, there's a notation that, there was originally an easement driveway back here that came down here and then hooked into the main road. And I won't take the time, given the late hour, to get into the history and the background of all the easement, with the exception that the Atterbury Estate people, when they filed their plans, agreed that that easement would have to be dissolved. The other issue is that there are steep slopes here. You're putting in a driveway here that has a certain, camber and pitch, and as part of the stormwater management, this macadam was going to be ripped up and an erosion control blanket and other erosion control measures taken. And I think both the extinguishment of the easement and the erosion control, is important when this plan gets submitted. As respects the 40-foot versus 60-foot, my neighbor Brajis would like to see it 40-foot simply because it will help keep a distance between that house there and his house. We're also in favor of trying to maintain as many trees on the property as we can. And finally, because it's been under the specter of development for so long, uncertainty is not really good for property values. We were favorably impressed with the plan in a couple of respects, because number one, when they had the original plan, we were going to build, I think, 3 sort of mega mansions with the main house. I didn't see that really, the marketability of that. I could see that plan, going on for years and maybe not sell the structures. I think the price range they're talking about is much more marketable and more demand. I think it'll sell, and the fact that they have 5 commitments, makes it seem like it's going to happen as opposed to something that might unfold over 3 or 4 years. So we were favorably impressed with the quality of the structures being built, the plan to, hopefully save as many trees as possible, and they were cooperative in terms of sharing with us what their thoughts were, along with the agreement to extinguish the easement and follow the intent of the Atterbury plan in terms of the exit onto Newtown Road here. So that's my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment, sir?
Hi, good evening. My name's Stephen Esser. I live at 505 Van Leers Run, and I just want to make a couple of comments if I could. I made similar comments back when we talked about the other plan in early 2011, but I want to speak to the southern part of the property, the creek, and below it. Is this the point? On this thing? A moment ago, you spoke about the part, really the part on the other side of Sproul Road. But I also, I'm still not doing it right. There it is. I also just want to make similar comment, or to point out the character of this part of the property. This part of the property has not been touched by, under Mr. Atterbury's long-standing ownership of the property. It was not touched by man or machine for many years, and has returned basically to a state of nature. It is all overgrown, and it's kind of a mini wildlife refuge. And there aren't many things like that in the township, and so it's got a unique character. Also, the water, it's a very flat. As you get closer to Ithan Creek, this creek, which is called Van Leers Run, the area gets more and more wet, wetland-like around the creek. Development of this property, I just would like you to consider, it's a good opportunity to think about ways to preserve the environment and/or take special care about water management of this part of the property. We had a discussion like this last time, and you did think it appropriate to recommend that as a condition of approving that other plan, there would be a 50-foot drainage easement around the creek through the property. So I just wanted to remind you that we had that discussion, and that was the outcome, as I understood it, back in the February of 2011 minutes, I think, would address that. And that's all. The point I want to make, I should just, with regard to the existing State House, this is against my main point, but it is a very historic property. I think you probably know that. I mean, it's in the appendix to the comprehensive plan and the index of historical properties in the township, and so it is a pretty special house on the estate, and this is one of the properties that goes back, obviously, to the central crossroads of Radnor from back in the 1700s, and I think that the house dates to the before 1800, just as a point of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have 3 items that the developer would like comments on. I think number 1 is the 40 versus 60-foot right-of-way. Number 2 is the sidewalks around, a waiver for sidewalks along Newtown Road. And number 3 would be for lots 1 through 4, would we be willing to consider a reduced front setback if in exchange there would be trees saved behind the homes?
Mr. Chairman, the front yard setback is a zoning issue, and they would have to get a variance from that unless it's dealing with the right-of-way width. And I would defer to Dave or to John what impacts a lesser right-of-way would allow. But if we're talking front yard setbacks, that's a zoning issue, which they're free to take that up in front of the zoning hearing board at a later time.
So then we only have 2.
Correct.
Okay. So why don't we just do by show of hands? The first one would be a variance for having no sidewalks along Newtown Road. But the gravel path. Right. All in favor like we did before? Anybody opposed? So I think we'd all be in favor of something like that. And the second would be the right-of-way, reducing it from 60 feet to 40 feet. All in favor of that? Anyone opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. On the one point, I understand what Kevin's saying. We know that's a zoning board issue, but that would give us guidance if we heard your thoughts on that, whether that would be something as a planning commission you would support. We may take that into account as we would decide whether we wanted to pursue that further. I think we agree with you, quite frankly, that we think it's a good idea, but we'd like to hear what everybody would say about it if you would share that with us.
I'm okay with giving it, also just give an opinion on that. So, reducing the front yard setbacks in exchange for preserving trees in the backyards. In favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Thank you.
Excuse me, if I could just ask you, though,
ahead.
as you do your planning, the natural features that Mr. Esser mentioned, there were probably some notes or conditions or whatever in the previous plan. If you could look those over, because I'm sure that when we're looking at preliminary plan, we'll be thinking about some of the same things.
Right. Yes, we're going to look at those old minutes and see if we can get to the bottom of that. And Mr. Waziloff had mentioned that he thought your idea about the reduced front yard might also apply to these lots. And I think that was mentioned about lots 1 to 4, but we would like your input if we would pursue that on all.
I would doubt it on 3 because of the steep slopes, but the lots that it made sense to try it on, it's more like that clustering that they do.
Right.
There's other townships that do like adult community clusterings.
Yeah, it's essentially by the
That kind of
right-of-way
thing.
width and reducing the front yard. It's another way we're trying to do clustering. And you have the density modification ordinance, but that only applies to 20-acre lots, and we're not that big. But in that ordinance, I think you're allowed a 35-foot front yard, and this is 60, so it's just another way to get that flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just to let the planning commission members know that since any zoning hearing board that involves a subdivision or land development would be brought back to you for your review anyway, so if they were to go that route, you'd actually have the opportunity to formally weigh in on that, which would then be presented to the zoning hearing board.
Takes us to item number 7,
Thank you.
which I think I'm going to flip right over to you, Kevin, to give us an update and some comments on.
Absolutely, and I hopefully will only take a couple minutes of your time. Ordinance 2012-06 has been in front of you several times. I will highlight the changes because there were a few minor changes from the last time we met from your recommendations. This is in front of the commissioners at their August 20th meeting for a hearing, so it's coming back in front of you for a final recommendation. On page 2 of the ordinance, section D, under section 1, but it's section D on page 2, the last sentence was added. If you recall, there was some extended conversation regarding parking and all of the uses being put into the 1 space per 1,000 square feet concern. So we've made changes in this ordinance to reflect that. And then we added this sentence so that any use would then be subject to the parking requirements of Section 103 of the zoning ordinance. And then further in Section 2, we amended this ordinance by adding Sections 2 and Section 3. Section 2 is dealing with when there's a change in requirement, which is language that's currently deficient in our code, that if you change the use and the use requires more parking, that then you're required to meet the new parking requirements. It should be a given, but given the recent zoning hearing board decision with ambiguity in our language, we thought that this was important to add in there, that any change in use or extension of a use would then need to come and meet the current parking requirements. And Section 3 then goes to address that 1 per 1,000 language that currently exists and brought that down to a more reasonable 1 space for every 300 square feet of floor area or land area that is devoted to the use. So if you would have a use that does not have a building, then we'd go off of the land area. If it is a use that involves the building, then it would be off of the square footage of the building. So those are the changes that were expressed at the last meeting regarding parking. We've incorporated that into this ordinance. This has been advertised, sent to the county. It's back in front of you for a recommendation in front of the commissioners.
I have a couple of quick questions.
Go ahead.
Will this, the new section, the 280-103, will that be for all parking or just for parking affected by this zoning, 280-130.1?
That is all uses across the board. So any use in any district that comes in that
Okay.
has a change and the building grows or the use goes from a less intense to a more intense, they need to meet the parking requirements of the more intense use.
Okay, so that's going into 280-103. And then for the second, section 3, it says, except when authorized as a special exception. What happens when something's authorized as a special exception?
They would be in front of the zoning hearing board in accordance with the special exception requirements as outlined in the code.
Whatever that might be.
Correct.
But then if there's no specific requirements for parking under the special exception for whatever the special exception might be, then it would still revert back to 280-103?
Well, correct. It would go 280-103 and be 1 per 300 unless they went as a special exception and got a different standard approved for the 1 per 300. So they could appease to the zoning hearing board of 1 per 400 or 1 per 500 depending on the specific use coming in.
Okay. The section 2 is also going to go into 280-103? It's odd to me that an amendment to 280-103 would be built within a section of 280-130.1.
No, section 2 is going into 280-103 as a new subsection.
Okay, thank you. That's
Other questions? If not, we have a motion to approve. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Saul.
Wait to get to the mic. There you go.
Hi, I'm Linda Saul. I'm from Radnor, and I have a question. This zoning, this parking, is this pertaining to Villanova and their parking? Or is this a general rule across the board for all parking in the township? Or am I misunderstanding?
This is not specific to Villanova. This is for all uses. The code is actually deficient in this when it addresses changes of uses. And given the recent decision regarding the ambiguity in the impervious definition, since we were addressing this, a portion of this section, I thought it would be prudent to address it in a more complete fashion.
Any other public comment? Not seeing any, then I'll ask for a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Let's jump ahead to number 11, which is recommendation for ordinance 2012. We don't have a number here. Amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township Code zoning ordinance by establishing regulations to establish a new use, mixed-use, special transportation development within the PLO Planned Laboratory Office District. And we're actually going to have a presentation on this one.
Yep.
So
This was before, not before, a presentation was made before the Board of Commissioners back in May. And at that time, it was suggested that we draft an ordinance, which was done, that you see before you. And that has been presented, I guess, to the Planning Commission for comments. Obviously, we're not expecting full review or anything this evening because I think you're probably first seeing it tonight for the first time. But we will give a short presentation as to why this area and what we're asking for in regards to this. This really what we're talking about is the area. It would be on the north side, or excuse me, on the east side of King of Prussia Road, between Lancaster Avenue and the Radnor train station. So we're talking about basically the old Y site and going up on that side of the street across from the high school and moving on up to the Radnor train station. That's the area we're talking about that would be affected by this ordinance, only that specific area.
There's a Radnor Racket Club or something.
Radnor Racket Club, yeah. Radnor, I believe, is the old Wyeth site, which is now Centacor, owned by Biomed, but I think everyone kind of knows it's the old Wyeth site. The Radnor Racket Club site, and then the building owned by Brandywine that is adjacent to Radnor train station. So that's the area. It's the PLO area. There's only a small area of Radnor Township that's zone plan laboratory office, and this actually only affects that portion of this area. Okay? As I said, this presentation was made before the Board of Commissioners in May. They suggested that we draft an ordinance, and so this is the first look that you're having of the ordinance before you. We haven't had any staff comments or anything on the ordinance as of yet either.
Thanks. I'm Matt McDevitt with Biomed Realty Trust. We are the owners of 145 King of Prussia Road. It is housed by Centacor, really, which now is Janssen Pharmaceuticals, but I'm so ingrained to call it Centacor, I'll call it Centacor, but it is actually a subsidiary of J&J. And I appreciate you guys saving the best for last. It's a wonderful thing to do a presentation at 11 o'clock. It's my first. I will absolutely condense this. I won't give you the half-hour presentation that I think I gave to the Board of Commissioners. I'll give literally a 2-second advertisement on who we are, just because we're not a name brand developer here. We're actually a West Coast-based company. We're in San Diego. And really all we do is life science real estate. We're about a $5 billion market cap real estate investment trust. We focus on both coasts. We made this investment actually 8 years ago today. At the IPO, so we're about an 8-year-old company, about 13 million square feet of the life science space. And essentially, we are sophisticated developers, but essentially we are in core markets that just really do life science space. But enough of the advertisement. We've done plenty of projects that are, in the billion-dollar category. But essentially, as we have essentially had this sunk in that basically Centacor is leaving, okay? And I say we, meaning Biomed and Radnor. Centacor is essentially leaving the facility. Their lease does run through 2014. but they've made the announcement that essentially they're shutting the facility down, and they're actually moving both to Malvern and to Springhouse. So as we took a look at this project, and we deal with this a lot of move in and move out of this kind of product type, we unfortunately took a look at the life science market in the Philadelphia area, and it really just isn't there. And essentially the theme for this kind of project is, I mean, this is a perfect A+ site with the wrong product on it. So what we're trying to present tonight is an opportunity to essentially do the first-class site with a first-class product on it. And essentially that's an office product. So when we looked at the Radnor market, we were actually kind of surprised at how tight the market was. I'm sure Brandywine went through a lot of blocking and tackling a couple years ago to essentially get through all the Y space. But essentially today it's under a 10% vacant market, which for an office market, that's pretty healthy. The other thing that kind of jumped out on the page on us was there hasn't been any new office product in Radnor since in the earlier 80s, like 82. That's when 555 was developed. I think actually 555 was like 78. So there hasn't been any A+ space developed in Radnor, not even in the 90s and clearly not in the 2000s. So we took a hard look, and the plan here, we took a hard look at this, and let me just kind of orient you to essentially this site. B1 is the big building that you see off of the road, right? That's got the big metal, HVAC on top of the building. That's actually the heart of the life science building. B2 that's their office. B3, B4, essentially it's old Y space. Even though Centocor controls it, they've never really occupied it. So our first reaction was, well, let's take down B4, B3. But essentially, we would be left with essentially trying to multi-tenant a very large life science building. Really almost impossible in today's market. So we would be left here literally all day long trying to multi-tenant that. So, and I won't bore you into why the life science market's gone, but essentially here's essentially the crux of it. So we're going to take a big gulp and for Biomed, and we're actually going to take down life science space. We're going to take down lab space. That's something we rarely do, but this site just warrants it. I mean, this is a site that's got tremendous access. It's got tremendous transportation. It's got the R5. It's got the 100. It's bordered by 476. So essentially, you'll see here, this is 3 office buildings, roughly about 300,000 square feet apiece, total of about 874. We've taken the parking and we've put the parking deck to the back of the site, really by the railroad tracks. And essentially what we've done is we've tried to utilize, yeah.
Just before you go on, could you tell us the current square footage of the buildings that are there so we can compare?
Sure. Let me go back. So B1's about 228,000 square feet. B2's about an 80,000 square foot building. B3's about a 70, and B4's about a 50,000 square feet. So roughly about a 400-ish plus campus. So with that, we have a very, very large basis in the project. We bought it 8 years ago, and essentially at that time, 8 years ago, the life science market was pretty robust in this area, and essentially with the backup of big pharma, this life science market has pretty much fallen off the cliff. So we've taken essentially the really an opposite approach, and we said, well, the best product that be on this site is office. So with that, we need to try to maximize the density to essentially maximize the value here of the property. I think I can go over some of the setbacks, the height. but let me just kind of run through, essentially why. It's really the location that actually makes the most sense. You heard the presentation before, with the 6, 7 homes that are empty nesters. They actually, the folks that probably want to buy those properties, those houses, they probably want to work right down the street here in an office building. And even myself at Biomed, I'm actually based here. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, so my office is in Berwyn. One of the only executives here on the East Coast. But even when I went out looking for space, I wanted to be in the Radnor market, and I couldn't find any space. So that's kind of in a nutshell, what we're presenting. Nick, do you want to?
Yeah, just probably when you have an opportunity to look at the ordinance, I think there's 2 real issues from a zoning standpoint that the ordinance modifies. One is the setback along the train station, the Route 100 station. You'll see it's a very minimal setback, and actually on this plan, we're calling for the parking structure to be back in that area so
Nick,
that it's
that's not on yet. Let's just get the camera on that.
I'm
Can we
sorry.
get the camera on the table when you get a chance? Just give them a second to. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. So what the 2 items that are being changed, there's other items too, but everything else is really consistent with the current zoning. The one item is regarding the setback along the Route 100, which currently actually is very minimal as it is, but it's even being reduced further. And you'll notice that the parking structure is back in that area behind, so this would not be visible from King of Prussia Road. And the other item is the height of the buildings, although the height is no higher than those current stacks on top of the lab building. So they're really the 2 issues when you look at the ordinance that'll stand out as far as modifications. Everything else is relatively similar as to impervious coverage and things of that nature. You may recall there was a Blue Route right-of-way over here that actually Biomed owns the land and it's grass, but since it's a right-of-way, it's got to be deducted, and we're just asking for that to be included as porous instead of impervious, because right now it's considered impervious even though it's grass. It's because the Blue Route runs over it. But they're the 2 main issues. You'll see when you look at the ordinance, when you have an opportunity to review the ordinance at further depth. There's some other things, but as I said, there's some things on signage and things of that nature. But the 2 big issues are those. I think the beauty of this from a township standpoint is this is really the only area in Radnor where there's really no residential neighbors close to it. So it's a prime area for development, for this type of development from a rateable and for a tax base standpoint. And so to some extent, I think this is the beauty of this development as well.
What's the height now, Nick?
The height of those stacks are 91.
No, but what do you allow today? Is it?
Do you know off the top of your head, Russ? I can look at the code, or is it on here?
It's on the table.
Is it 38 or 40?
3
or?
stories with 38.
38 feet.
Yeah,
Okay.
38 feet.
I noticed in the parking regs that you call for parking spaces that are 9 feet by 19. I thought our current regulations are 9.5 by 20.
That is correct. And although it does permit, I believe in the PLO, and I forget if it's in the PLO or in the other districts, for the parking structures to be 9 by 19. So we are calling for smaller parking spaces. I said there are some other items, but I thought I just pointed out the 2 major ones.
That's a big one because you can put a whole lot more parking spots in there at 9 by 19 versus 9.5 from 20 by 20. And this is talking about the off-street parking. That's not even about the garage structure.
It should be noted that the 9 by 19, the majority of the parking for the project is located in the garage. A very small part is surface parking. The current code in a garage allows the 9 by 19, so we're just using that whole standard throughout the whole site, since the surface parking is such a minimal portion of the overall parking for the campus.
Okay.
I have a real problem with 91 feet.
Yeah.
In fact, cut it in half, maybe we can talk. But
Kathy, if we cut it in half, we're not going to do the project.
I know, but Nick, the traffic It's a nightmare now.
But
Are you
that's-
considering putting maybe a spur onto
Yeah, we
the
can address.
Blue Route or something like that?
We can talk a little bit about the overall traffic pattern. We do have McMahon Associates as part of the project team. They're currently conducting the traffic review. They've been in touch with Gilmore on a scoping study about the impacts of the traffic improvement. We are proposing a substantial improvement to King of Prussia Road to address the traffic impacts of this. It's currently a 3-lane highway.
But it has to go through a bridge that's real tiny.
Right, and we've looked at the site accesses. They're currently going over the off-site impacts, which is, they're doing the traffic counts and the analysis now, and that will be part of the presentation on any formal plans. But as far as the site accesses go, we're looking at a 5-lane section through here, so 1 new lane in each direction to help solve the congestion along this portion of the corridor, solve some access issues. There was a previous plan approved in 2008 for 1 singular office building where there was a request for a traffic light at the Radnor High School. We have a fully signalized intersection at the high school, a fully signalized intersection at the main entrance point to the facility, and then there's a third access that alleviates some of the traffic to give better distribution throughout
But
the site.
I hate to argue with you. I just want to, because we're running out of time here, I want to give you my concerns. When Villanova is in session, you sit through many, many lights just to cross over 320 on Lancaster Avenue. The traffic is absolutely horrendous through there in morning and evening rush hour, and it's even pretty heavy in the middle of the day. I cannot imagine putting that number of cars onto that intersection. It's a very attractive site, but you need to get the traffic off of Lancaster and somehow onto the Blue Route without going on the local roads. You need a spur like they have in, I think it's Fort Washington, where you have a little spur off of there.
Slip ramp.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to the school district? Because they are in the midst, their facilities committee is in the midst of making decisions about a whole traffic pattern decisions for the high school. And, you know, this, you've got to reach out to Leo Barnaby.
Yeah, sure. And one of the issues that came up before the Board of Commissioners was devoting some of this parking to the school overflow. And we're providing for that.
Absolutely. Please reach out to the school district
Sure.
because they are actually in the midst of spending money and
Yeah.
trying to figure
I'll-
out some
I'll
parking
make a note to
issues
contact later.
at the high school. And are getting ready to spend money or think about
Right.
spending money. So if you're doing something, I mean, I've got all the concerns Kathy has and then some, but just knowing what the district's doing right now and what they're working on with that, you know, reach out, please.
And we've cooperated with Radnor High School
I
numbers
don't
of
know.
times to
That's what my
accommodate the
question.
parking. The Katie Sampson, the 4th of July, they use the parking, all kinds of different things.
But they're doing bigger capital
Yeah.
project parking stuff.
Yeah, and actually we probably should, I know the issue came up for the Board of Commissioners. I hope the school board knows, they may not, it's probably a good idea to contact Leo, that there will be a devoted area for parking here for the high school.
I know it's not the same zoning, but 555 is more than
That
3
may be
stories.
PB, I believe. You know what happened there? 555, at one point, Radnor permitted for a short period of time, probably for 555 to be built, a building of that height.
Okay.
So they did not get a variance there. It was, I believe it permitted a 6 or 7 story, or wherever high that
Okay.
building is at the time, then they changed the
And the
ordinance
same
after
with
that
what
was
I,
built.
what I call, which would be in this zoning around the corner here, the Chilton Building, that's more
Right.
than 3 stories also.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that may have also been permitted at the time.
Hey,
I don't
Edward
know the
Building?
variances at that time.
What are we
What's
supposed to be?
Go back to your aerial. Can you go back to your original aerial and put that up, and you can point out the 2 buildings?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys are doing anything here this evening except listening to us, and then we're coming back. I guess, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
can
look
we,
over there, yeah.
I mean, there's, really, right? I mean, are we done? Should we, I mean, we'll be all night talking about this, right? I mean,
90 feet.
90 feet, which is the top of the stacks now, so it's no higher than what is currently there.
Yeah, it's the top of the existing roof of that big lab building right now. That's the same height that we're talking about.
That building, is that tall?
Yeah. Yes.
This is, just to clarify, staff, this is a situation where we're basically going to be regulating or looking at amending zoning for, basically for a specific piece of development.
Well, I think this involves more than just this one building and this one property. I think it's multiple properties, correct, Nick? That it wasn't
That's
just this singular one?
Yeah, Brandywine's aware that we're coming in here. I think they're going to have some say on this,
But
too.
it's also creating a new use. So we're not looking at making a zoning map change, but we're looking at creating a new use in the ordinance for something that currently isn't contemplated.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I'd have to see the parking numbers, and Steve's right, we shouldn't go in this all night long, but, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of parking at a facility that is supposed to be, the benefit of it is supposed to be that it's near public transportation, and yet I see a tremendous amount of parking being added to this. So I don't get the connection to the public transportation. With regard to it being a mixed-use, special transportation development.
Yeah, as I said, too, it's the location. One, you have the P&W Route 100 stop there. Then you have the Radnor station, and then you have the Blue Route. This is location.
But you want to build a tremendously large parking
I
garage
understand.
so
I
people
understand
won't
your
have to
concern.
use the public
I understand.
transportation.
We understand.
Most of the suburban office buildings are getting built with a minimum of 4 per thousand and most likely 5 per thousand, which sounds crazy, but that's actually what's happening. And this is a 3 per thousand plan, so we're going to be forced to actually have to get these people to take the train, take transit. They're going to have to do a most of an urban type setting, to be here. But that's really what the benefit of this site's all about. But it's crazy, but that's, people are building 5 per thousand because no one doesn't want their car.
Any other direct questions? Then I thank you, gentlemen, for your
Okay.
time.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. Thank you. Any old business we have to cover? Any new business? Any final public comment? Not hearing any, the meeting is adjourned. See you in September. Sue, the date for the September meeting is the 4th or Tuesday? Tuesday the 4th. Thank you. Thanks for everybody's time.